Before we begin, the chair lays out Senate Bill 9 as pending business. The chair offers a complete committee substitute. Once again, these are the three individuals that are going to begin our testimony: Beverly Black, Catherine Daugherty, and Erwin Hall. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Once again, we'll be keeping all testimony to 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Chair calls Beverly Black.
I'm Beverly Black. I do Africa, and
How long have you been voting?
I vote a long time.
Who was the first
First
president
one,
you voted?
I vote the Boost.
The vote?
Daddy.
So, ma'am, what we're doing here is we have the light, which shows
Okay.
more or less how much time you have. When you see the yellow light, you have 15 seconds remaining. You can begin
Okay.
wrapping up your comments.
Yeah.
And once again,
I
we're
got you.
keeping everybody at 2 minutes. Okay, so we'll begin right now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm Beverly Black. I'm a vote. Please don't vote. Cut this off. Vote us. Knowing we have to have somebody help us. Knowing. And first time I vote the president, Booth. Knowing. And I vote the son here, Austin, too. Knowing. And don't cut the vote off, and please don't, we need to keep it on us, for the people.
Why do you vote?
And I want to vote all you in,
Ma'am, very quickly,
Well, I didn't-
are you against the bill?
No.
Yes,
You're against
you
the
are.
Yes,
bill?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you're representing yourself, or you're representing United Advocates?
Now it's advocate.
United Advocates and yourself?
Uh-huh.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Please
Okay,
continue.
sorry.
It's okay.
And I vote a long time, no, I have to have somebody help me. I can't read, knowing the words, knowing. I know what they're running. I watch them on TV, It just, and me and my husband know what to do, knowing.
How many times have you been here this session?
Oh, Lord, long time.
She comes every week.
every time. And I.
No, you didn't. You did great.
You did not mess
Okay.
up.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you so much for being here and for your time.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Catherine Daugherty.
It's Doty.
Doty,
Doty.
please
Thank you.
begin, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kathy Doty. I am on the board of my advocacy group, and I'm our state representative for Texas Advocates. I've been working and paying taxes for my whole life. I own my apartment
Ma'am.
and pay really...
Excuse me, ma'am. Very quickly, I'm very sorry. If we can please state your name, who
Oh.
you're representing, and what your position is on the bill, just to start your testimony, please.
My name is Kathy Doty, and
Yes.
I'm representing myself in the United Advocates,
Okay?
and I'm against it.
Okay, thank you so much. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Kathy Doty. I am on the board of my advocacy group. I am a state representative for Texas Advocates. I have been working and paying taxes for my whole life. I own my apartment and pay really high taxes on it. I don't let my disability get in the way of anything, not even when I'm voting. I've been voting since I was 18 and I'm now 60. It makes me feel really good knowing that I can make a difference by voting. It may not seem to be a big deal to vote, but it is. I've asked for some help once in a while, but no one has ever told me who to vote for, and no one will ever. I am my own person, and I can think for myself. Having someone with me to support me is my right. They only there to make sure I understand what I'm reading. They have never influenced me in my decision who to vote for. Please don't take away people with a disability's right to vote with supports. It makes us feel good, like we matter when we have made a difference in the world and our lives. People with a disability are smarter than you think. We know when someone is trying to use us or make us do something we don't want to do. If you take away our rights to vote with support, that is like saying we don't have a say, and that is not right. We just want to have the same rights to be heard like everyone else, and we have the right to weigh in on what we decide, what you decide about our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you. Chair calls Erin Hall, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, please go.
Hi, I'm Erin Hall, and I represent Community Connections of North Texas, which houses the United Advocates as an administrative support, and also myself as a voter, and really proud to be from your district, Chairman Click. I didn't even know you were the chair, so I apologize for that, but I was so delighted to hear it. As I said, my name is Erin Hall. I live in Fort Worth, and I've worked with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities for over 15 years. I'm here today to discuss what it actually looks like to support people to exercise
Ma'am,
their
what
rights
is
to
your
vote.
position on the bill?
I'm against it.
Thank you so much.
But I do appreciate all of your service. And I mean that truly. For these past 15 years, I've helped people vote in every election, from primaries to local council and bond initiatives to great big presidential elections. During the midterm and presidential elections, we bring in the League of Women's Voters to go over everything that's going to be on the ballot. We also assist individuals in locating their precinct, going over specifics about their district, whether they have different bonds than others and whatnot, and helping familiarize them with the ballot sample that's provided online. Of the elections I've supported people in, the ballot that has been provided online has been wrong 100% of the time, 100%. So several times I've been in a situation where I help someone figure out this new ballot on the fly without any warning. Also, since we spend weeks ahead of time preparing to vote and educating people on the issues, I spend a lot of my time in my support role helping individuals remember what is what from the many times we've talked about it. I'm concerned about how we will be able to educate poll workers and other civic volunteers to be able to properly identify fraud or manipulation. For example, if someone hears me just out of nowhere say, they just walk past me and hear me say to someone, well, remember that bill that you like? Well, he wrote it. Or that's the guy we saw at the rally. Anything could be misunderstood and taken as me coaxing or leading someone. And if someone actually makes that allegation against me, how can I defend myself if it's my word versus theirs? The burden will be on me to provide a defense or face 2 years in jail. And I just don't see where it's possible to fund proper and thorough education for election staff to ensure that what they see is actually fraud. Supporting someone to exercise their right to vote is a long and patient process, and it differs per individual. I mean, we spend hours in line. So if I bring more than 3 people, it's really because it's more convenient for me rather than I'm, trying to influence an election. And at the polls, the lines are long. You go through the ID process, then you wait some more inside, and then I stand with them and wait to answer any questions that may come up or any confusion that may arise. And the electronic ballots can be very intimidating. In order to really change the outcome of an election, we would need a huge, extremely well-organized, patient and passive but tricky human services army to pull that off, and I just don't think that it's possible, and I mean that truly.
Okay.
I just don't know that it's possible. They're
you can
left
wrap up
out,
your
and
testimony, please.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
People are with disabilities, especially intellectual and developmental, are left out and even invisible in so many ways. Their voice at the polls is one of the last and most dignified ways that they are able to participate in the decisions that you make for their lives.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for this
And
speaker?
I'd love to answer any. I have been doing it a long time. I'm sad.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much to our 3
All
speakers.
right, thank you.
Our next 3 speakers. We have Jasmine Crockett, Betsy Singleton, and Robert Kasig. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing Kasig. Please come forward. Once again, please state your name, who you are representing, your position on the bill, and please be watching the timer here. We'll begin with Jasmine Crockett.
Yes, thank you. My name is Attorney Jasmine Crockett from Dallas, Texas. I am the president of the Dallas Black Criminal Bar Association. I am against SB 9 personally and on behalf of my organization, and I hail from House District 100. I am a criminal defense attorney by trade and an activist by choice and sometimes obligation. You see, as an African American woman who is also a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, I feel compelled to fight for those whose voices have oftentimes been silenced. I handle civil rights cases, I've served as a county chair, and I've worked on countless campaigns. While most recently I've assisted a woman by the name of Bridget Moore in Dallas County who was the victim of voter fraud, this bill isn't the way to resolve it. Ms. Moore is a disabled woman who lives in a Dallas Housing Authority building. She has voted by mail for years. Unfortunately, someone chose to take advantage of her inability to get to the polls and literally whited out her selection for mayor. He then went on to tell her to mark the candidate of his choice, and that candidate is now in our runoff. Ms. Moore has options, though. There are laws in place to prosecute the bad actor. These incidents are not rampant, but I'll admit they've occurred. But only the bad actors, not the misinformed, need to be punished. I say that all to say that we all want a fair process no matter what side of the aisle we come from, but in a state that has one of the highest incarceration rates in the country and one of the lowest voter turnouts, we will continue to go in the wrong direction on both of these issues. We should work on a resolution that gets to the heart of the issues. Right now, we are attempting to take a butcher knife to a matter that needs a scalpel. Crystal Mason was spoken of earlier. Let me give you a little bit more information. Crystal was given a 5-year sentence by a Tarrant County judge for attempting to vote. Crystal had no ill intent but was simply misinformed about the fact that she still hadn't been rehabilitated enough for Texas to believe that she, as a woman walking free, should have a say in her government. This bill reduces the mental state even further by allowing citizens to be incarcerated for being aware of facts or circumstances causing a person's ineligibility. We owe our citizens more. Texas is constantly growing. As an attorney licensed in 2 states and federal court, convictions aren't treated the same in every single jurisdiction. Part of Crystal's confusion probably lied in the fact that she was on supervised release, which
Ma'am, if you
isn't
could
technically
please wrap up your
probation.
comment, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Let me just get to the last part, the good part. The late Barbara Jordan, who was a lawyer and a civil rights leader and, more importantly, one of my sorority sisters, she said, "We believe that the people are the source of all governmental power, that the authority of the people is to be extended, not restricted. This can be accomplished only by ensuring that all Texans of all ethnicities, old and young, rich or poor, disabled or not, have a right to vote."
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Representative Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been looking for somebody with your expertise to ask this question, and thank you for telling the story of Ms. Mason. Section 1.03 of the bill raises the penalty for knowingly making a false statement on a voter registration application from a Class B misdemeanor to a state jail felony. And that means it's punishable by confinement in a state jail for any term of not more than 2 years or less than 180 days, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. As an attorney with a criminal background, when we go from a class B, that means we're skipping the Class A and going straight to felony.
Absolutely.
What does that mean for people and knowingly making a false statement? How do you argue that? How do we determine that? I'm very concerned about this language, and I'd like your perspective on it.
So I was referring to that when I was testifying because essentially the way that I read it is the mens rea, which is the culpable mental state, is being lowered to just an awareness of, not something intentional. When we have things such as like when we're going through the various levels of homicide, when it's murder, which is at the top of homicide, that's talking about intentionally or knowingly. And that's why we have our most serious offenses usually require intentionally or knowingly. Unfortunately, this language says knowingly, but it's really not knowingly. Because once again, in speaking about Crystal Mason, she's someone that was on what we call supervised released. We've had these issues happen time and time again when it comes to enhancement paragraphs in the state of Texas. If someone gets in trouble in another state may say, oh, you've got the right to expunge that, and so it doesn't count as anything in Texas. The problem is that when we've got citizens moving in from all different types of places, you may have someone that got in trouble in a different state, and for whatever reason, that state treats that conviction or lack thereof differently than Texas treats it. And now that person may be in a situation like Crystal, because in the feds, they don't have probation or parole. So I think it's a misstep, number one, to make someone a felon. That is something that unfortunately our legislature right now doesn't allow people to get that scarlet letter off their chest. Once you are a felon, there is no going back. And that is a problem, especially if people are making a mistake. So going from a Class B misdemeanor, which is the lowest misdemeanor that we have that is punishable by jail time, is up to 6 months in a county jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000. The next level would be a Class A misdemeanor, which would then say it's up to 365 days in a county jail and or a fine not to exceed $4,000. It is absolutely ridiculous when we have a shortage of officers on the streets in cities such as Dallas to say now that we need to put felony warrants out for people who may have simply made a mistake. If we're going to make some changes, our changes need to be rooted in making sure that the electorate and the people are informed about what our laws are to make sure that they are complying with the laws, not trying to throw people in prison when we've got plenty of violent offenders that need to go to prison.
One more question, because I'm not an attorney. I'm a realtor with a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking these kind of kindergarten law questions. But the word knowingly isn't defined in the election code right now. We're bringing over the definition from the penal code. Would you say one more time so that I can understand it? When I hear knowingly, I think intent. Is that what it means?
For the most part, usually when we're looking at our
I
code,
intended to vote in an inappropriate way. Get to the nut of knowingly.
It knowingly is usually equated almost to an intentionally. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it, but it's like you've got to know that what you're doing, you've got to be specifically aware. I guess that's the best way that I can define it for you. You've got to be specifically aware that what you are doing can cause the result in some way. And I think the problem is that the language that specifically is in here, that would contradict, because it specifically says that if you are aware of circumstances that could cause you to be ineligible, and awareness is not enough. That's a little lower, and I think that the language would actually contradict what we usually look to as intentionally or knowingly, and that is the scary part about if you were aware, because someone such as Crystal would still be caught in this caveat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Anchia.
Hi, I'm from Dallas, too. I live in the Bishop Arts area, so not too far from you.
I know. I used to be in your district.
Oh, right on. Well, why'd you leave?
It wasn't because of you, I promise.
Okay. I just had a couple questions. I want to folks stay on the Crystal Mason case because, I mean, I think some people on the House floor oftentimes think, well, you know, you're just trying to talk about the worst case scenario and you're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill and you really don't need to be worried about it. But I want to walk you through the case of Crystal Mason because this could be anybody, right? She's a mother of three.
Absolutely.
Who was going to do her civic duty. She went to the polling location under the mistaken belief that she could vote, right? She was not on probation, as you have correctly pointed out. What was she on?
She was on what they call supervised release.
She was on supervised release, right? Which is technically, as you testified earlier, not even probation. Is that right?
No, it's not. The feds don't have what they call probation.
It's an alternative to that, right?
Correct.
And she is informed that she, for some reason, can't vote a regular ballot, so she votes a provisional ballot.
Correct.
Provisional ballots are rarely counted in elections unless you have a close election. So her vote probably didn't even count in that particular election. Now, what's amazing is that she gets a double whammy at this point. She gets she gets convicted of violating her probation or her supervised release at
Correct.
the federal level, where she's sentenced to 10 months. This is a mother of three, just trying to do her civic duty, sentenced for 10 months. And as you know, in federal court, there's no such thing as good time, right? You're
Correct.
serving day for day.
Correct.
Day for day in federal prison. And on top of that, she has a 5-year state sentence.
Yeah.
And so think about the ramifications of that. And here we are in this bill talking about penalty enhancements for things that people might do just out of mistaken belief, and a raising of the mens rea standard, a lowering of the mens
Correct.
rea standard.
Yes.
And so when people say, "Well, you don't need to worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. You're just going to do your civic duty. You have no worries." Crystal Mason really is the example, and I know there's another example in Tarrant County as well that we could also talk about.
Yes, we
of
could.
someone who is caught in just trying to do the right thing, just trying to go vote. It's the lowest voting state out of the 50 states.
Right.
And suddenly they have to leave their children behind, go to federal prison, and now potentially go to state prison if she doesn't succeed on appeal. To me, that's a real chilling effect and a real deterrent, is it not?
It absolutely is. And to be perfectly honest, for those of you that don't know, Crystal Mason is an African American woman. And to have her be the example of what happens when you try to participate in the process, and we're talking about a demographic of people that have felt disenfranchised for a very long time. And so to have her be the poster child and say, hey, if you mess up, if you make a mistake, you can end up in prison. Guess what? A lot of people, I'm sure that law did exactly what it was intended to do. A lot of people are going to say, never mind, I don't want to take the risk. I know that I've been to prison before, so let me just not vote. And that's not right, because as our laws are set up in the state of Texas right now, you can vote if you've been convicted of a felony. And we should be trying to get those people involved, because guess what? They know exactly how our laws affect their lives or affect the lives of people that have been incarcerated. They have a vested interest in making a selection on who the judges are going to be that may prevail over them one day, or someone that they know. And so I just really caution you, and I hope you feel my passion for this. I've been here all day instead of being in court, and I'm sure somebody wants me in court. But the reality is that we've got to make sure that all of our citizens are participating. We all want to make sure that everyone's voice in Texas is heard, whether you are disabled, whether you're a minority, or whatever the case may be, whether you got in trouble before, you should still be allowed to vote.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Middleton. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Betsy Singleton. Is Betsy Singleton not here?
She had to leave.
Okay, thank you. Robert Kasich,
Yeah, I'll help you on that.
please do.
I'm Robert Kessig, and I'm a member of the Senate Republican Executive Committee in Senate District 1, Brian Hughes's committee, Brian Hughes's district. And I'm here for SB 9.
You're representing yourself also?
I'm representing the district
And
and myself.
we have you down as State Republican Executive Committee and self.
And self, correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wanted to begin by putting some context on what's been said today. This bill came out of the Senate Select Committee on I guess, voter security was the way it was titled. And Senator Hughes was named to be the chair of that committee. And I'm just curious, how many people maybe on this committee did you view any of the content of that committee? It was in February of 2018. One? Any others? Because if you didn't watch it, if you didn't listen to it, if you didn't take in the content of that committee hearing, you have a whole different view. Because it stated that there is a massive amount of fraud taking place in the state. Massive amount of fraud. This was testified to by the Attorney General's office, Mr. Jonathan White. And there were others. There was a district attorney speaking about non-citizens were voting, just weren't sure how many. So it covered those two areas in quite a bit of detail. And then there was also issues about the language that we have in the code and the weakness to it, the vagary of it. So I believe that this bill was an attempt to strengthen the code's language, to be a deterrent for people to break the law in terms of voting, and that's the reason for it. But if you haven't seen it, then you're hearing this whole in a very sterile view here.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
I'm not finished yet. No.
If you can please finish then with your
Well,
testimony.
I just wanted to say that the thing about the zero machine before that was talked about in the very beginning of the day, it's very important to know that if there's any number on there that's going to count those votes also, and you haven't begun the day. So you're just zeroing out the machine so you have a correct count. I want to say one thing about the backup ballot. The idea is
I've got this under control. Thank you. Please,
that
if you would
this
just...
this is my final point. I've emphasized this before to many people, that the backup ballot is necessary because when with the new machine, you are going to create a electronic record, and at the very same time that you're doing that one time, you're going to get a paper ballot that's going to show you that you have sent that particular choice in. And then that and then that paper ballot goes into a machine to collect it.
Thank you, sir.
Does everybody have to sit here and speak with other people interrupting behind me? I've been sitting back there completely silent the whole time.
Sir, I'm going to make a statement right now, but thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you. In accordance with the rules of the House, it's the intent of the chair to preserve order and decorum during this committee hearing. The rules of the House prohibit disturbances and disorderly conduct, including outbursts by those in today's audience. If there are any disturbances or outbursts during the hearing, the chair will order the Sergeant of Arms to clear the hearing room of those causing the disturbance under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. There's no questions for this witness. Thank you all very much. The next three witnesses will be Sammy Bickham Jr., Russell Hayter, and Amy Thompson Hollins. Sir, what is your name?
Sammy Bickham Jr.
Okay, is Russell Hayter here today? Amy Thompson Hollins? We have Elisa Gonzalez. Dennis Borrell? Please come up, Dennis. Sir, if you would please state your name, who you're representing, your position on the bill.
I'm Sammy Bickham Jr., live in Dallas County. I'm representing myself in support of SB 9. I have no confidence in the Dallas County election integrity or results because of my observations as a Dallas County Central Count poll watcher in the last 4 elections. Because of my observations, I strongly support all paper tapes and ballots for backup for SB 9. I support Central Count poll watchers having recording devices on them to protect the poll watchers and the integrity of the process. And I also support current laws that are actually to be enforced and not ignored. I've observed in 4 elections now a pattern in Central Count. Early election results are downloaded the day after early vote, but this event is not on the audit log. Early election results are downloaded into machines that are not on the audit log. Early election results are input into a vendor laptop with wireless connections. The same laptop is sometimes used to order lunch. That same laptop leaves central count for an hour and a half on the last election and then returned an hour and a half later with the vendor. Also observed multiple wireless devices in the central count room on all 4 of those elections. While these wireless devices were in the room, preparation tabulation was occurring. On election day and election night, contractors and workers chose to use and accept results on a machine, which we call ERM1, when error messages showed up on the screen saying, "Votes exceed ballots cast." The audit log confirmed this observation, which I made. No election judge was present and no process was in place for these error messages in 4 different elections. Till last election, no election judge was in the room to maintain order. There was this last election for a limited period of time. So as I said earlier, I have no confidence in Dallas County election tabulation or results based on my observations. I'm strongly in favor of all paper backup systems to help audit the process, recording devices to protect central count poll workers, poll watchers, and the process, and enforcement of current election laws that are being ignored.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Members,
you.
any questions? Thank you. Dennis?
Sure,
Burrell?
I got it. Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Dennis Borrell with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities in Opposition. I'd like to thank Chair Click and your staff for the meetings in advance. I sincerely appreciate it, even though I'm still going to be against your bill, okay? So our organization was the first disability advocacy group to get involved with the Help America Vote Act effort here in Texas, which was around 2003, federal initiative. We were on the first HAVA advisory committee as a disability advisory group. We did presentations all over the state. We trained at the election law seminar. We worked under the administrations of Governors Bush and Perry, under the secretaries Roger Williams, Phil Wilson, Hope Andrade. These are very conservative leaders, and they espoused very clearly in every case what they wanted was more polling place accessibilities and more accessible technology so more people with disabilities could go and vote and be encouraged to vote. Even my friend David Fowler, who is the president of the Paralyzed Veterans of America, was able to vote with a private ballot by connecting his sip and puff device to the machine. Tears were in his eyes when he told me that story. That's how meaningful it was to him. Sadly, I think Senate Bill 9 is a departure, and I will say right now that I've worked with Chair Click, and there is no discriminatory bone in that lady's body. But there are things in this bill that apply only to voters with disabilities, whether it's the watchers looking over the assessor's forms being extended, the transporter bringing 3 people. In each one of those cases, it is only affecting voters with disabilities, not those without. Voters with disabilities want only equal rights. And with that, I'll close my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dennis, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? I'll tell you, one of my major concerns is the carpooling, and we talked about it this morning, that if 3 people that are going to vote curbside, my 91-year-old grandmother and 2 of her friends, and they get an Uber to go vote, that Uber driver, my understanding, would have to go fill out a form just to take them to go curbside vote. Can you talk about this concern and what you think that the implication could be?
Well, certainly the first thing about it, Representative Busey, is everyone who's voting curbside is, by definition, a person with a disability. So that's why it applies only to voters with disabilities and not able-bodied.
Well, my grandmother's in a wheelchair, so that was
yeah, I heard. Yeah. And so there would be those individuals like that. And yes, the committee substitute, as I read it now, would require that Uber driver, or the paratransit driver, or the driver from the assisted living center to fill out these forms. Now, I know when we talked about this with Chair Click's staff and talked about the idea, well, what if the driver stepped out? Well, then that person maybe shouldn't have to fill out the form. So maybe there are some movement, but then you start thinking, like, who's even going to enforce this kind of thing? Whatever it is, it's a disincentive. Another thing about that is that if there's family members involved, they get a free pass. They don't have to fill out the form. And see, what that does is incentivize people to identify family members to take them versus maybe a trusted friend. Now, I don't know about you, but sometimes my family members are the ones I have the most political disagreements with. You know, so I so I don't want to be forced to say I might want to pick my brother to drive me, and believe me, I don't. But
That's why my grandmother doesn't want me to take her.
that's probably true. But the point being, it does interfere with the choice too. So it is a barrier that people will think about, and I'm not really sure why there's a reason. I've had it explained to me. I don't find it meaningful.
Can you touched on one of the things you talked about watchers while assisting in voting. Can you elaborate on that a little bit and the concern
Yes,
there?
the bill. Assisters have to fill out a form if they assist, like you had the group of the two ladies with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their sister here. Your sister fills out a form. Now that will be expanded upon in this bill, and the poll watcher will have the right to examine that assister's form, which I believe that's a new requirement in this bill. And again, I see no reason for that. That's just another sense of like your increased scrutiny because you're a voter with a disability. And personally, I feel that's wrong.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for your work.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
sir.
Any other questions, members? Thank you both for your testimony.
Thanks.
Chair calls Lon Burnham, Tanya Derrick, and Janetta Barnes. If y'all would please come forward. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
I'm Lon Burnham, and tonight I'm representing the May 4th Coalition, and we are against the bill, regrettably.
And yourself, too?
And myself as well.
Thank you.
Regrettably, because there's a lot of need for reforming the election code, and there's a lot that should be addressed by this committee, and I've talked with the chair several times about this, but this bill is fundamentally flawed. It needs to die. We need to revisit during the interim and get some reasonable election code reform that does not discriminate. The May 4th Coalition was created right after the November elections in Fort Worth. Our mantra is good things happen when more people vote, and that's the reason we had 18 volunteers at the Cinco de Mayo celebration in Fort Worth registering people to vote. We were actively involved in trying to increase voter participation in the local elections. But I'm the only one that's able to be here tonight, and I just want to say that despite the chairman's claim this morning that there is no intent to create voter suppression, the history of this legislature, particularly over the last 9 or so sessions, suggests, as the chairman of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus suggested this morning, there have been 10 findings in federal court of racial discrimination and an intent of voter suppression. So for the average person, whether it be just the casual observer or somebody that's reading this week's Fort Worth Weekly where the story about Crystal Mason is repeated, it looks like the Texas legislature doesn't really want people to vote. I'm asking this committee to not continue that trend. I think it's a very reasonable request. I think it is inappropriate that we have criminal citations in this. There's a way to address this with civil, and I've worked with that particular attorney general that was assistant attorney general on correcting wrongs that I think to be corrected, and I've argued with him extensively. You can achieve what you need to achieve with civil penalties, not criminal penalties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. We have Tanya Derrick here. Okay. Ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee for hearing my voice today. My name is Janetta Barnes, and I represent myself, and I've come from Galveston County to speak against this bill. Texas is one of the lowest voting states in America, and I strongly believe Senate Bill 9 will make matters worse. The best way to get stronger voter integrity is by increasing voter participation and making access to polls easier and even greater. We should be talking about funding cities to have more access to the polls. Why aren't city buses taking people to the polls for free? Instead of punishing people for mistakes on a form, why aren't we talking about automatic voter registration? Why is there even a form to fill out in the first place? I appreciate that the Senate is addressing the issue of voter integrity. I just want to make sure that we are entertaining all options, including some that have been successful in other states, like automatic voter registration that we've seen in 15 other states so far. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you both.
Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Jay Stittelberg, Carla Collier, and Cassandra Carter. If you would please come forward. Once again, Carla Collier, Cassandra Carter. Okay, the next two after that would be Toyamika Johnson and Susan Chris. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please. You may begin, Jay Stittelberg.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jay Stittelberg. I represent myself. I come from Montgomery County, Texas, in opposition to SB 9. My question really is, if we're talking about election integrity and election security, why can't we focus on making sure our elections aren't hacked by somebody, making sure we have modern equipment and technology that's advanced and secure, and ensure that everyone that is eligible to vote can vote, their vote is counted, and that we do everything we can to get every eligible voter to the polls and strive for 100% voter registration and at least 90% voter turnout. Because what we're doing is we're talking about forms. It's 2019. We shouldn't be talking about forms. I don't understand why we try to further disable the disabled with our laws and disrespect voter privacy. As a veteran, I'm alarmed every time I see laws that intimidate, hinder, or impede people from their constitutional right to vote. I've visited many countries where this is commonplace, and this is not what we want in the United States of America. I'm a Naval Academy graduate, an Iraq War veteran. I served on a warship in a war zone during wartime, and in those challenging and often chaotic times, I had to make decisions. Some of those decisions were life and death, some were popular, and some were not. But they were all made because they were the right decisions. And I feel I have some experience and understanding of taking an oath of office to support and defend our Constitution. And you all do the same thing when you get elected and have that same responsibility to support and defend and make the right decisions, not the popular decisions. And for the state of Texas, the right decision is to vote no on SB 9. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony, and thank you for your service to this country. Members, any questions? Thank you. Ma'am, please state your name.
My name is Susan Chris. I represent myself. I'm a former prosecutor, former district court judge, current criminal defense attorney. My concerns are many, but the one that
you are speaking against.
I'm speaking against the bill.
Thank you.
As an attorney who has to take an oath to defend and protect the Constitution and has to read it quite often in my job, my initial concern about the driving aspect of this bill was that it violates the constitutional right to travel. That is a constitutional right under both the United States and the Texas Constitution. And the right to travel has been considered a part of liberty since the Magna Carta. According to Supreme Court decisions, it is a part of our United States Constitution, and it is considered part of our Texas Constitution. And it has been found to be implicit in the Commerce Clause, the Immunities and Privileges Clause, the Freedom of Expression Clause, Freedom of Assembly Clause. In this situation, what we have is we have the constitutional right to travel being used to further restrict the constitutional right to vote and other constitutional violations. In addition to violating the voting rights, Senate Bill 9 violates Texans' United States and Texas constitutional rights to travel, enjoy free speech, free assembly, be secure in their vehicles. And here's the thing, if you're going to criminalize it, you're going to also bring into play all of the constitutional privileges that apply to criminal cases, which are going to be the right not to incriminate yourself, which that oath does, and the right to be secure in your vehicle. And what we also need to understand about being secure in your vehicle is that some people's vehicle is their home. The fact that this is violating so many constitutional provisions, and then Texas Constitution, you'll find, is so much more, gives us so much more rights than the United States Constitution. And it was written in a way to prevent it being interfered with. And as a judge, people always would come to me and say, lawyers would come to me and say, when they wanted to say I was wrong, I couldn't do something, with all due respect. So I have to say, with all due respect, you don't have the ability to change these laws without a constitutional amendment, according to Section 1, Section 2, and Section 29 of the Texas Bill of Rights. Section 29 says, we declare that everything in this Bill of Rights is accepted out of the general powers of government and shall forever remain inviolate, and all laws contrary thereto shall be void. Section 2.
If you could please wrap up your testimony.
Section 2 says, the people have at all times the inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish their government in any manner as they may think expedient. That's the people, not the government. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have some questions for you. Representative Kane.
Ma'am, I'm glad you brought up the Texas Constitution. Not sure if you're aware that Article 6, Section 4 expressly provides, gives the legislature the power to make other regulations as may be necessary to detect and punish fraud and preserve the purity of the ballot box. Familiar with this?
I understand that, but the driving provision, as a lawyer and as a judge, we have to balance constitutional rights, and you cannot violate the other constitutional rights, such as the right to vote. I mean, the parts of the Texas Constitution that you're not mentioning are going to be 3, 8, 10, 19, 9, 1, 2, and 29. I'm very well aware of every part of the Constitution. I've read it many, many times.
It would just be neat if you talked about the provision directly related to suffrage.
Oh, I can talk about suffrage.
I'm sure you can.
I can talk about the trial that Susan B. Anthony had for illegally casting a vote. But I can also talk about the Texas suffrage, which was successfully completed by Minnie Fisher Cunningham of Galveston, when the women came here many, many times to get the right to vote, and got the legislators to finally agree to let them have the right to vote back in 1918. And when they finally got enough men to agree and the men realized there was a quorum, the women had to go to the train station and drag 2 senators out from under their seats at a train and bring them back to this very building to vote to give us suffrage. I am very well aware that bloody feet wore smooth our path to the ballot box, and this statute that you're trying to create will only send us on a pathway to the courthouse. If you have any more questions about suffrage, I've been to almost every historical library in the state studying it, so I can talk about it all night. I'd love to. It's my favorite subject.
I believe you. However, the Constitution gives us express authority to do exactly what we're doing today. So thank you.
As a constitutional lawyer and judge, I disagree. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Is there a question?
That wasn't a question, though.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you so much for your time, both
Thank
of you.
you.
Chair calls the next 3 witnesses: Steve Chamberlain, Gabrielle Orion, Myth Kervin. Once again, Steve Chamberlain, Gabrielle Orion, Myth Kervin. Sir, I'm assuming you're Steve?
Correct.
Catherine Wicker, Crystal Castillo. Crystal Castillo is not present? Okay. If you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Mr. Chamberlain?
Hi, my name is Steve Chamberlain. I represent the Bastrop County Democratic Party and myself, and I am opposed to SB 9. The bill, although it does bring in a welcome measure to provide for all electronic ballots to be have a backup, paper backup, it is in fact another chance to suppress the vote, which we don't need. This will give Ken Paxton unfettered access to voter rolls and personal information to purge voters, just as Acting Secretary of State Whitley did. At Mr. Whitley's confirmation hearing, I heard a mother testify that her son was purged from the voter rolls after all the painstaking trouble to get reinstated back in to prove he was a citizen. After all that, he said, "That's it. I'm not voting anymore. This is too much trouble for me." So it's dissuading voters to vote. As a VDR in both Bastrop and Travis County, I have approached many people asking them to register to vote, and the response is, too much trouble, too much crap I got to put up with to vote. And so we are making it harder to get people to vote, not making it easier. We need to look at making it easier. As a poll worker, I witnessed voters commenting just the simple thing that when they come to the wrong poll, and I understand we got to have some things, put them in the right place and all that, but they're like, forget it, I'm not going to go vote. I got to go somewhere else. I've spent all my time coming here, that type of thing. In conclusion, what we need is voter education, not voter suppression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Thank you. Catherine Wicker, please, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Catherine Wicker, and I am representing Texas College Democrats, where I currently serve as the president, and Precinct 334, which is in Hays County, where I serve as the precinct chair. I am speaking against SB 9 today. I have the joy and honor of getting to work with many first-time voters, many of which are minorities and low socioeconomic voters. SB 9 is a huge concern for my constituents who are mainly disabled or first-time voters. During the 2018 election cycle, our campuses saw...
Yes. Just for clarification, you're representing the Texas College Democrats and yourself, correct?
Yes, in Precinct 334. It's not listed on there. It should have been.
Well, we see that you're from that precinct. However,
okay.
We have you registered to only represent the Texas College Democrats and yourself.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyway, during the 2018 election cycle, our campuses saw many students that had to vote provisionally due to errors on voter registration cards, or because groups such as TurboTax sent them something when they filed their taxes for the first time saying they could register to vote online. Students had to then vote provisionally. Students often think they know their dorm addresses, but are often off by one number, or they don't put a bed space, which then makes it where their voter registration is not accepted. This would make them at risk for a felony at the age of 18, and it scares them. Many of my constituents have said that they don't want to register to vote now that they've heard this, because they aren't going to be able to go for employers anymore. The other concern for students with disabilities, such as dyslexia, is the registration. That fear makes it greater because they often transpose the registration on the cards because of how they're filled out. It is concerning to me about the lack of understanding that this bill displays toward people with physical disabilities, walling off our election systems that can get physically limited for people will put the community at halt. People that drive Ubers and Lyfts won't want to drive people to the polls anymore because of this, and that makes this bill become ableist. It is disrespectful to our Texan communities, especially our veterans who fought, who need those services. In some instances, they have died to give us the right to vote. Can I finish since you all have the questions?
Sure.
Thank you. We should make sure that we are not blocking people's ability. Another point that I have is sharing that all information is directly going to the Attorney General's office. This tactic is try to double down on a failed, it must not be citizen voting rhetoric that went on during the campaign trail. We have seen that through what happened with the committee hearings previously. This is another concern. Students don't want their private information being handed out. That's just, they don't want that going places. In the last election cycle, my precinct made the news for so many issues, including provisional ballots and lack of access to the polls. Students need extra days to vote for what went on, and it became a partisan issue when a letter came out saying, don't let the students vote, they will vote Democratic. We need to stop suppressing people's access to the polls and making this partisan. Vote centers are great in theory, but my campus only had 3 days, and we don't even have vote centers yet. When you all are looking at this, you all need to make sure that people, if you all go for vote centers, are getting fair access to the polls, specifically students and people who are minorities.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming down. Our next three speakers are Linda Lewis, Preston Neves, because Crystal Castillo was not present, correct? Crystal Castillo? Okay, so we're moving past Crystal Castillo. So Linda Lewis, Preston Neves, and Kim Collins Gilby. Please come forward. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please. And we'll begin with Linda Lewis. Yes, Linda Lewis.
Thank you. I'm Linda Jan Lewis. I'm here to represent the Texas NAACP and myself. I was privileged to...
Ma'am, you're against the bill?
I am
Is
against
that what we have you
Senate Bill
registered
9
for? Okay, thank you. Please go
for
ahead.
these reasons. I also was the state of Texas' first and only African American elections administrator a couple of decades ago. Chairwoman Click, I am humbled and honored that we have a female chairing a Texas House committee because it took legislation and voting to get you here, 1920. I'm sorry, the amendment in 1920. And Vice Chair Cortez, you know, I share with you, we know what happened. We didn't get to vote in Texas till 1965. I think we're all here because we're concerned about voting. You wouldn't be in your office if people didn't vote, a majority of people vote. What concerns me most about Senate Bill 9 is it is allowing, alluding that there is cheating and stealing in our election process. And I'm here to tell you, serving as an election administrator in McLennan County, that that is not the problem. The problem is we don't fund our elections, we don't pay the people who run our elections enough money, and we don't give out information so that people can vote accurately. Getting ready for today's presentation, I went back to that famous Texan Lyndon Johnson, who put our country above our party, his party, and did what was right. And I listened to what he said when he signed the Voting Rights Act. And he said that voting, this right, is the right on which everything else hinges. He also said that the Voting Rights Act was to make sure that the right of people to vote was unbound and unrestricted. Texas has the lower voting turnout. We're in the national news about all of the things that we're doing that other states think are crazy. And I know that as representatives of your districts and as proud Texans, that you are not going to pass this bill that does bound and also complicate our way to vote, our voting. I'd also like to speak a little bit about Crystal Anthony.
Ma'am, if you can please wrap up your
If
comment.
I could wrap it up.
Yes, please.
Sir. I would like to say that what we have not forced is the provision that in the state of Texas, when you get off paper, you're supposed to be explained that you can vote. And I'd just like to say that Senate Bill 9 it violates us being unbound, unrestricted. It's un-Texan and it's unconstitutional. I would encourage you not to vote.
Thank you for your
Senate Bill 9.
testimony, and thank you for all you've done here in the state of Texas. Members, any questions for that speaker? Thank you again. Preston Neves.
All right.
Please state your name, who you're representing, your position.
My name is Preston Nieves. I'm a student at Texas State University representing myself, and I'm against this piece of legislation. So one of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, said that those who give up precious liberty for a little added security will get neither and deserve neither. And it is because this piece of legislation does not provide either that the only way that I can describe this is tyranny. I've heard talk about us protecting the integrity of our election system, but we cannot do that by undermining the integrity of our republic. Citizenship entails a lot of different things, and voting is one of the most fundamental things that separates a citizen from a subject. It is the foundation of our democracy and the foundation of our republic, the foundation of accountable government that answers to the people. But I think we've already talked a lot about that and how it targets some of the most vulnerable populations. So I want to shift the focus a little bit to the criminalization that is inherent in this piece of legislation. We should be talking about how we can decrease our prison population, not increase it. This piece of legislation has punishments that do not fit the crime, and in Texas, a state that has a higher incarceration rate and higher incarcerated population in North Korea, I think that we need to make sure that we are addressing that problem first and foremost. Now, with these offenses, we also have to ask ourselves who's going to be targeted the most. And I think that's a question that's been answered mostly. That is African American and Hispanic people and other minorities. That this is something that constitutes state-sponsored voter intimidation and is going to disproportionately impact the people who already have the least voice in the system. Not only that, but this is going to be something that further entrenches the state's power and allows it to escape accountability. While it puts the average citizen under a microscope for exercising their voting rights, it specifically exempts certain state officials, notably law enforcement officers, from prosecution when we already have methods of enforcing our laws. Now, I understand the issue with election integrity, but there's some problems with this piece of legislation even when it comes to that. First of all, the biggest threats to our election integrity take other forms, notably dark money and foreign money. Voter fraud is not a big problem proportionally speaking. And second of all, allowing access to the polls can help counteract the impacts of any voter fraud that can occur, because it makes sure that the impact of individual votes that might be manipulated is reduced due to the fact that more people are voting, so it'd be more obvious if any fraud took place.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair recognizes Kim Collins Gilby. Please state your name, who you're representing, your position. Thank
Okay.
you.
Madam Chair and committee members, I am Kim Collins Gilby, and I am the chair of the Williamson County Democratic Party. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of myself and the Williamson County Democratic Party in opposition to this bill. We all love living in the great state of Texas, but the Lone Star State isn't actually so great when it comes to voter turnout. Texas consistently ranks near the bottom when it comes to voter participation. Shouldn't our state representatives be exploring ways to increase voter turnout in the great state of Texas and make it easier for eligible Texans to vote legally? Instead, we're here tonight to discuss a bill which appears to be designed to make voting even more difficult, especially for targeted groups of Texas citizens who deserve to have their voices heard. Here are some of the reasons we oppose this bill. This bill appears to be an attempt to intimidate potential voters by threatening Texans who make an honest mistake on a voter registration form with felony charges and imprisonment. unlike other states where eligible residents enjoy automatic voter registration, online voter registration, and even election day registration same day, it's already difficult enough here in Texas to register to vote and to get out to the polls and vote without adding further impediments. Disabled Texans already incur so many obstacles in their daily lives. Why is it necessary to add even more by restricting their choice of assistance to help them in casting their ballots? This bill seems to intrude on voters' privacy and puts our right to cast a ballot in secret in a public election at risk by allowing people to have recording devices where votes are being counted. As someone who serves on the ballot board, to me this is very intrusive. By all appearances, this bill seems to especially target the disabled, the elderly, and people of color living in Texas. We should all be fighting to make these voices heard instead of hearing bills designed to further disenfranchise them, suppress their votes, and silence their voices. I respectfully ask you to please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Representative Fierro.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Is there any data in Williamson County as to what percentage of your voters are disabled or in need of further extra help?
That is a great question. I wish Chris Davis was still here, and I'm sorry, I do not know that answer, but I do know we do have voters who use the curbside voting, and I apologize for not having that data.
It just seems like we're doing so much to make it so much difficult for disabled people to vote, and I would love to know what that number is. But thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kim, I want to thank you for being here today. Can you expand a little bit? You do ballot. As the party chair, you help put on elections. You served on the ballot board. You mentioned your concerns about the recording. Can you just elaborate on that and what your concerns are there?
Absolutely. I mean, I served on ballot board just last Friday in the municipal race, and one of the first things we do when we go in the room to work on the ballots, we are told to turn our cell phones off. For example, last Friday there was voter information being shown up on the screen, and people's personal information that I feel it would be very intrusive if people are in there recording this, and what are they going to do with this information? You know, to me, there's just a lot of questions left unanswered, and the intrusive part to me is disturbing.
So you're concerned that this clause in this bill would lead to potentially more issues where data, if it's allowed to be recorded, could be accidentally or intentionally or knowingly, which we don't quite understand what that means.
Absolutely.
To be shared beyond.
Absolutely, because, you know, as serving on the ballot board, we take an oath, and we take that oath very seriously. And, yeah, I just find it problematic.
What kind of information, like not people's information, what kind of information do y'all see back there? You see individuals like voter ID numbers and name? I'm just curious.
Well, for what we were doing Friday, we were opening we were vote by mail ballots. We open them, so we are seeing someone's signature. So you're seeing someone's name up there. The ballot, obviously, the ballots are not shown up there, but you can see if they have an assistant, you can see their assistant, and then what happens when you start reviewing the information to verify the signatures, we can start pulling up, for example, their application to verify that if we need more information to verify the signature, we can look at the application they submitted in order to be able to vote by mail. We can look at other past forms they've submitted, their residency, if they have to do an ROA, we can look at all that. So if that's shown up there, you know, conceivably you can see someone's home address and all that.
No, I thank you for bringing that to our attention, because it does seem if that was to get recorded, it could open up more privacy issues. And again, even unintentionally, because, you know, people are putting this on their phones, who knows what can happen. So I appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Members, any other questions? Thank you all for being here. Chair, if you please refrain from the clapping. Thank you. Chair calls Allison Tang, Ramiro Ojeda, and Thomas Korkmaz. So our first speaker will be Allison Tang. Okay, please state your name, who you're representing, your position on the bill. We'll begin with you, Allison.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. My name is Allison Tang, and I am representing OCA Greater Houston, an Asian Pacific American civic engagement organization. I also represent Houston in Action. OCA is part of Houston in Action, a coalition of over 40 organizations committed to building a Houston where all residents are connected to civic matters.
And ma'am, you're testifying.
I am testifying against SB 9.
Thank you very much. Please begin.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Click, Vice Chair Cortez, and members of the Elections Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am here today to oppose Senate Bill 9 because penalizing individuals who are confused about voter eligibility and election workers who help limited English proficiency voters will not make our elections more secure. These provisions take specific aim at the Korean American Voters League, a voter engagement program. These Korean American volunteers are sworn in by the county to translate without political influence for elderly voters. These non-English speaking voters are often recent immigrants who may misunderstand eligibility requirements and make other innocent mistakes, especially if it is their first election. Without these translators, these elderly voters would have no one to help ease their anxiety about the voting process, such as where to go vote and how to use the machine. In October 2018, the Korean American Voter League made national headlines when several of their volunteer translators were removed from the polling location by the election judge. The election judge in Harris County said that because she could not understand what the voters were saying to the voters, what the volunteers were saying to the voters, she demanded that they needed to be moved behind the 100-foot electioneering line. Although they explained that they were not electioneering and that they had provided this language assistance service for the past decade without issues, the election judge used law enforcement to remove them from the site. SB 9 now codifies these missteps to serve explicitly as a vehicle for voter suppression against a vulnerable community. To summarize, I am testifying against SB 9 because punishing limited English proficiency individuals and those who help them will not make our elections more secure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for this witness?
I do, actually.
Representative Chia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quick question, specifically about Korean Americans who are voting. Oftentimes, there's a transposition of first name and last name among Korean voters. Have you encountered that as being sort of difficult for ballot access and for voting? We see it in the Latino community where oftentimes you use a mother's maiden name that gets confused because it may or may not match your voter registration card. I was wondering if you had encountered similar issues with Korean Americans.
So I cannot speak specifically on Korean Americans, but from what I have seen when registering Asian Americans to vote, there are a lot of discrepancies in whether their first name is their given name or their family name and so forth. And this confusion could lead to really innocent mistakes when they register to vote. And these discrepancies with the forms and with their official government documents could make them liable for punishments under this law.
So it happens all the time in the Latino community where people use mother's maiden name. Sometimes they use it as a middle name. Sometimes they use it as what appears to be a last name, but their last name is different. And I could foresee any number of problems, even potentially a prosecution if somehow there is not a match and there was a mistake in the way a person registered versus how they're identifying themselves, or how their name appears on their ID, because there are a certain number of characters that are limited by DPS that you could include to describe your name. So I just wanted to get your take on it, because you work on these issues regularly.
Yes, I do agree that within the Latinx community and within the AAPI community, that this discrepancy with names between the forms and government documents is a common issue that will definitely arise under passage of this law.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, members, for this witness? Thank you very much, ma'am. Ramiro Ojeda?
Yes. My name is Ramiro Ojeda. I am with Mi Familia Vota and Houston in Action, and I am also against SB 9. As stated, my name is Ramiro Ojeda. I am the community organizer with Mi Familia Vota Education Fund. Mi Familia Vota is part of Houston in Action, a coalition of over 40 organizations. Collectively, we stand against SB 9 as it suppresses our mission of creating a healthier civic culture in Houston. Our organization is dedicated to building Latino political power through advocacy, voter education, registration and turnout, and promoting civic engagement. As a newly deputized voter registrar in Harris County, I've empowered our community by registering over 200 students in different high schools. These students are eager to exercise their civic duty as an American. Many of these students have only read What It Takes to Vote, and the eagerness to see a young person like me who is trying to help them register to vote only amplifies their desire to exercise democracy. Our Texas law provide barriers to appoint access, and SB 9 would dramatically exacerbate voter barriers by discouraging eligible high school students from registering. Though, after hearing what the Senate is proposing, SB 9, it would only make Texas to continue its path of lower voter turnout and discourage a 12th grade senior to register to vote. From the Houston Independent School District, Aldine ISD, Alief ISD, and so forth, all these students that we help register to vote tend to always make at least one honest mistake. From writing the wrong county they live in to even mistakenly writing their address wrong. These are all honest mistakes that students tend to do, and we understand this is their first time. As a trained VDVR, I look over the forms and ensure students to correct the mistakes before I sign the form and turn it into the tax assessor office. However, I can only imagine that if a person wants to register without a VDVR, they are subject to committing these small errors. With the proposal of SB 9 of increasing criminal penalties when people make a mistake, for me, hearing what kind of penalties I could face just for trying to help someone register to vote puts me in a position of contemplation. Should I continue to help others and face consequences from an honest mistake that was done from a student, or should I stop trying to help the community? This is something that is currently running in my mind after hearing what SB 9 does. As I fit in this, I strongly urge the committee to vote no on SB 9. We should not prioritize VDVR and voter intimidation, especially when it's targeting young first-time voters and community members like myself. Use this opportunity to instead improve how we deputize voter registrar can help increase voter turnout instead of pushing everyone away. We should bring people together and encourage other Texas. Voting isn't only a simple act, but is the core front of our democracy.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Thomas Korkmaz.
Thomas Korkmaz, thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Thomas Korkmaz. I'm from Harris County, Precinct 492, and I am speaking for myself. I am for Senate Bill 9. I am against the substitute.
Excuse me, sir. Hold on. We have you registered against Senate Bill 9.
I am against the substitute bill, which was on your website.
We're going to go ahead and stand at ease for a minute to get clarification on this, please.
Thank you.
Members will be at ease.
Hmm?
Point of inquiry. How long will the ease be? I'm sorry. How long will the ease be? The ease that he just called right now. Just a few minutes. A few minutes.
Okay, Mr. Korkmaz, to clarify the question that we had, we're taking testimony on the bill. We have you registered against the bill. However, it sounds like you're for the bill, so we're going to change you from against to for.
Thank you. And there may be more people here in the same, who made the same conclusion that I had, that we were here to discuss the substitute bill as well.
So if you could just please state your name, who you're representing,
Yes.
and your position again, so I can.
My name again is Thomas Larry Korkmaz. I am from Harris County, Precinct 492. I'm representing myself. I am speaking for Senate Bill 9 and against the substitute bill.
Thank you. I will direct the clerk to change that officially. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Until last year, when I resigned, I served as an election judge for my precinct for over 20 years, and as an election judge and election worker. The reason I resigned had a lot to do with the equipment we used. It also had to do with my becoming concerned that our election was not as secure as I thought it should be. I talked to people about trying to get the system fixed, and I was told we had to live with it. While I was blessed to have a very good Democrat alternate judge who worked with me for years, and we never had a problem in all those times with our elections because everyone was treated fairly and properly. When we needed to take a Dow out, that's a disabled unit, to cars, we took that out. That was never an issue. The reason is all of us had relatives and other people, we all know the problems. So we took care of those problems. While we did our best to hold good elections, we did everything we were supposed to do. We printed our zero tapes. We held the election. We watched over everything to make sure there was no illegalities going on there. We always knew that there were risks to us legally. At the end of the day, we ran our final tapes. If there were any observers there, they got to observe everything that we were doing. We boxed up the equipment and we took it and we turned it in. We had done, up to that point, everything that we could possibly do. What happened was, more and more, we became concerned about what happened to that equipment after we turned it in, because we never saw it again. That's the reason why I'm here. I believe that we need to have there's new equipment going to be bought, literally millions of dollars worth of new machines in this state. Those machines need to fit our needs for not only today, but for tomorrow, because a lot of the machines that are being used now are running Windows 2000, which is easily hacked. You don't understand this, but I walked into this room with this little device in my pocket. Many of you recognize it as a hotspot or a jetpack. It allows Wi-Fi connectivity within probably 50 feet of where I'm sitting. When we have equipment like this around, it allows, with other equipment being in use, to hack an election. We're getting concerned about this so that whatever equipment we buy coming up has to meet this criteria. We have a problem right now with our Texas, I want to be sure I get the name correct, Texas Director of Elections issuing waivers to certain counties because they have equipment problems or because they want to make some change. I want to make it clear, as far as I understand, you are the only people who can change state law. I don't believe that that director has the right to change the state's constitution by issuing waivers. We need those paper backups. We need that, and we definitely do not need DRE machines, which is direct recording election machines.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you to the three of you. Our next three speakers will be Cynthia Brem, Brandon James, and Wesley Bowen. please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Ms. Brim, we'll begin with you.
My name is Cynthia Brim. I'm chairman of the Republican Party of Bexar County, whom I represent here today. I also am representing myself. I'm an Army wife, also a 10th generation Texan.
And
yes,
your position on the bill, ma'am?
I am for the bill.
Thank you.
My 10 times grandfather was the first mayor of San Antonio in 1731. And I have descendants that also fought in the Alamo. So, as I said, I am for the bill. I support SB 9 and have direct experience that we need a paper trail for the vote in Texas. I have been an election judge for over 30 years and a central counting station tabulating room poll watcher for the last 2 election cycles. What I've seen when votes are being counted is unacceptable. For this reason, I support SB 9 for Texas. I saw a variety of errors, including during the midterms and the recent municipal elections, such as, and I'll give you 4 examples. First, I saw a mismatch on the audit logs. What this means is that there are other votes that are coming in. It could mean, let me put it that way, it could mean that there are other votes coming in from another precinct or votes exceeding the actual number of registered voters. 2, I saw a precinct that was suspended, actually 2 precincts that were suspended. The machine was ordered to be brought in, gutted, the votes extracted, and yet, as a poll watcher, I was not allowed to see the votes. 3, when the early votes came in just before the 7 p.m. On Election Day, and being a central counting poll watcher, I was not allowed to view the number of votes for the candidates on the early vote. Instead, I was told that I had to step back away from the computer to where I could not see the results. This is a violation of the Texas Election Code. 4, once the early votes were processed, they were placed onto a thumb drive and taken to another room where, yet again, as a poll watcher, I was not allowed to go, and those numbers were manually entered into a computer and were sent to the media so that the public could see what the actual outcome was.
Ms. Brim, if you could please wrap up your comment.
I am
Thank you
right
very
down
much.
to it. Thank you, Representative Cortez. Because of this, central counting station, because of these central counting irregularities and lack of transparency, I don't believe the election results in Bexar County. Therefore, we need a paper trail. I humbly request that you support the passage of SB 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fierro.
Madam, thank you for being here, Mr. Chair. You mentioned in your testimony that there was mismatch and it meant this, and then you said, well, it could have meant that.
That's right.
What did that mean?
Mismatch? Well, when people come in and they get scanned, okay, that means that we're looking in the database to see, number one, that they are a qualified voter according to the Constitution, okay? So they're registered to vote. And so that vote is logged in and we're given a little piece of paper, people sign, that is an eligible voter, okay? So when you have mismatch, it means that there are other votes in there that aren't lining up with what the database says should be there.
Then you said could have meant. So it
Could
could have
have.
meant something else.
It also could have been, let me just look at my note here real quick.
And thank you for your patience in answering my question.
It's okay. I don't mind. I want you to understand because a lot of you haven't ever been to central counting and you don't know what that's about. So I want you to know what it's like. Also that the votes exceeded the number of registered voters. And it also could mean that votes are coming in from another precinct. And so what the audit log machine does is it flags it and says, mismatch, here's a vote coming in from this other precinct, and here's this precinct that's being tabulated. It doesn't match. So it's mismatch. Thank you for that question. It's a very good one.
Any other questions, members? Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Brandon James?
Hello, my name is Brandon James. I'm here on behalf of myself and my organization, Move Texas, and I am against SB 9, and when you give me the go, we'll go ahead and
Please
go.
go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Chairwoman Click and Committee. So today I just want to thank you for getting a chance to hear my testimony about SB 9. Almost 9 months ago, just a short distance southwest of this building, I arrived here to start a new life here in Texas with my girlfriend, who you just saw a little bit ago. One of the things I was most excited for is getting involved in a place that seemed to really thrive through the labor and excitement of young people like myself. One of the most important things I remembered from back home was getting registered to vote when I turned 18. I was exceptionally excited for that day. My experience in Texas and getting registered to vote was exactly the opposite. After making sure my address was moved over to my new place and getting settled in, I found out that I had to find someone to register me to vote. I found it draconian, but nonetheless, I ran into a VDR at the nearby P. Terry's at lunch, so I got registered, and lo and behold, I got a denial back. I chalked it up to my new residency, which I considered a little more suspicious, but because systems actually talk to each other back in Kansas. So I re-registered, I sent it back in, went on with my life. Turns out it had probably just been a simple mistake on my form, and my registration came back good, and I was able to vote. It seems harmless, but under this new bill, it could be felonious. While I've listened to all the talk through SB 9, I thought how easy it would have been for anyone to make any sort of mistake on that form. We've talked about knowingly, and we've heard a lawyer talk about how easy that can be readily established. This frustration led me to an opportunity to join organizing here in Texas, getting other young people registered, engaged, and empowered. Turns out in 2018, I wasn't alone. Millions of other young Texans were also heeding that call. Instead of representation, what we have here today is a slap in the face. Being honest, how can we not see it any other way? The risk of a student accidentally bumping into someone as they are conversing with a neighbor on the way within 100 feet to the polls, which is quite a likely opportunity, drives polls away from of 250,000 young Texans. There's no reason friends shouldn't be able to willingly drive other friends without certifying themselves. There's no reason anyone needs to see my ballot. There's no reason the AG needs to see my information. There's no reason mistakenly filling out my VR card should affect the future of my life. High percent voters are voting anyway. We don't need to make polling stations much more closer to them. We need to make it easier for students and young people to vote because they haven't been voting previously and they've been showing they're getting engaged. All of these things make it harder for young people, especially students, to register and have their voice heard. And SB 9 claims to be about the elimination of voter fraud. I agree that we must bolster election security, but in places that matter. Cybersecurity, ballot assurance, and creating a culture of voting namely. So I'm going to leave you with this statistic. The DOJ, we talk about massive voter fraud. The DOJ found 19 cases of voter fraud across the country in 2016 out of 62 million voters. That means the chance of a vote being illegal in this country is roughly the same odds as getting struck by lightning 29 times in a row without doing anything else in between. One right after another. So let's call this what it is. It's voter selection, not voter protection. Do the right thing, vote no on SB 9.
Thank you very much. Please refrain from the clapping again, please, audience. Thank you for reading so quickly.
I tried.
That was impressive. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Fierro.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. James, first of all, thank you very much for your passion and for your drive to want to be an active voter. Did you ever find out why your information was denied when it was first mailed in or first submitted?
It had said there had been something off with a piece of my information. It wasn't really. It's whatever Travis County's standard at that time was. I'm not necessarily. Cellular blinks at me, so I don't know. And I think that's a good question. I wish I would have known because I would love to know if I made a mistake, like that I truly knowingly did, because therein lies the difference, right?
And what was the time gap from when you submitted the information you were denied to you finding out that you had been denied?
So I moved here on the 8th of August. I applied after 33 days of establishing my residency, so I ensured that everything was good to go. I didn't get any notification until about September 27th. So that kind of sketched me out. So I wondered if my voter card wasn't late, because I guess that's kind of a thing here in Texas, that sometimes it might not be turned in 5 days and maybe that had happened. But that put me in a really big bind because I kind of wanted to get involved in vote in an election that people were coming and talking to me about, which I only had a few more days to register for. So, yeah, I wish I could tell you. I know just as much of that as much as I know about any other rejection that I've got.
Thank you again for your...
Okay. Any other questions, members? Thank you again for your testimony. Chair recognizes Wesley Bowen.
Thanks. My name is Wes Bowen, and I was a poll watcher in the Dallas County Central Court count room on Thursday, May 2nd, and Election Day, May 4th. For Barbara Combs, candidate for Dallas City Council, I support...
Sir, if you could please state who you're representing.
Myself, I support SB 9.
Thank you very
as
much.
originally drafted, but oppose CSSB 9 for the following reasons. On Election Day, I watched many significant election events occur that are not reflected on the audit log that I received from the tabulation supervisor, Dan Bradley, at the end of the night. These significant events included mail-in ballots being scanned into the system. The audit log of record, which I have with me today, does not show any activity from 9:40 a.m. Friday morning until 6:33 p.m. on Election Day, Saturday in the evening. That's a day and a half. Administrative Rule 8.1.62 requires that all significant election events are to be included in a real-time audit log. This did not happen on Election Day in Dallas County. The current lack of cooperation from with the poll watchers at Central Count by Dallas County Elections Department personnel and the current election system vendor creates an absolute necessary for a paper record of votes and for watchers to be allowed cameras in the Central Count room for the rights of the voters to be protected. We also had a problem with significant election events happening outside of the count room, which is the only area the poll watchers were allowed to observe. I have the written testimony of Mike Slayton, another poll watcher, who overheard the project manager for ES&S, Nicholas Mevlick, tell an ES&S senior vice president when asked how it's going. Nicholas replied, quote, "Okay, quiet. We're set up in a conference room out of everyone's way, so we won't be bothered," end quote. Eliminating internet-capable devices in the counting of equipment would eliminate the problem of the election department allowing other significant election events outside of the central count room. Please pass SB 9 as originally drafted for the sake of all Texas voters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Thank you to the three of you for your testimony. The next three witnesses we have is Tiara Shepard, Daniel Greer, Heather Blandho. Are any of these speakers here? Once again, Tiara Shepard, Daniel Greer, Heather Blandho. Okay, we don't see them, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next three. Joka Marquez, Joaquin Gonzalez, Brandon Moore. What's that? Hoka Marquez is not here. Thank you. Joaquin Gonzalez and Brandon Moore. We're going to go ahead and start with Mr. Gonzalez. If y'all would both please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill. It's nice to see you, Joaquin.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Joaquin Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of Texas Civil Rights Project, testifying against the bill and specifically talking about Section 4.04, the countywide polling provision. There's already been some testimony regarding the discriminatory racial effects of the provision. I've submitted some additional analysis of those effects. But I also wanted to add that these effects are not equally explained by partisanship. For instance, here in Travis County, HD 47 and HD 49 have the highest registered voter populations in the county and are both heavily Anglo. However, HD 49 is heavily Democratic, whereas HD 47 is a swing district. So under this provision, both the most Republican district in the county and an 80% Democratic district will be allocated the most polling places, essentially because they have the highest Anglo populations. I also wanted to call attention to the fact that this provision is practically unsound and not a rational means for accomplishing a goal. First, even if the provision were technically feasible, it would have absurd consequences. For example, in HD 135 in Harris County, using the 2016 number of polling places as a benchmark, HD 135 would have 35 polling places, even though it only has 29 precincts, and 2 of those have less than 10 registered voters. Additionally, the provision fails to define what is meant by as equal as mathematically possible. The phrase itself doesn't make sense here because to be as equal as mathematically possible, you'd have to have fractions of polling places. And you can't just round it up or down because you could come out with a different total than the rounded numbers might not add up to the original number that you were basing the calculations off of. So to even come close, you'd probably need like a complicated math function, and I don't think we need mathematicians determining polling places. And in addition to the substantive problems of the bill, there's a number of other technical sort of drafting issues along these lines that I'd be happy to discuss. And thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Representative Israel.
Thank you. When you began talking, you mentioned section 1.04?
4.04?
Oh, 4.04.
Yeah.
Let me catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you're talking about
the requirement that the number of polling places in each representative district is apportioned based on voter registration.
in the case of countywide polling.
Yes, in the case of countywide.
One of the problems I have with this section is that we're contemplating it at all. It seems, I mean, it's no secret. I have concerns that we are not only harming turnout but being discriminatory because we're placing a state we're placing state math on counties that are very different from one another and different from each section within that county. Would you agree?
Yes, and I wasn't able to talk about everything, but it's just inherently not really logical because a state rep district or county commissioner precinct has, very densely populated regions that have a number of registered voters. So just sort of arbitrarily basing you'd basically be arbitrarily forcing them to put polling places in the sparsely populated areas of those districts. But that wouldn't in any way actually help the voters where they are.
No, I was talking about this earlier, and for some reason, this massive street called Westheimer is running through my brain when I'm thinking about this in Houston. If you are, let's see, it's a bad time for me to be thinking about the compass, but if I'm going in one direction on Westheimer, probably faster than I should be going, but I'm trying to keep up with the Mario Andretti's of Houston, and the county has decided to put a mobile, not a mobile voting, a voting center on the right side of the Westheimer, and then 2 miles later, it might make sense for the county to say we need to put another voting location on the left side of Westheimer, because everyone knows if you're in Houston and you're on Westheimer, you are also taking your life into your own hands if you want to slow down and change your direction. So I mean, I am not an expert on this stuff, but I'm thinking, why would I want to dictate to the county how you want to space these things out when they know better than I do what the transportation patterns, what the living arrangements are, where am I gonna attract, not attract voters, but make it easier for voters to say, oh man, I forgot I gotta go vote today. Well, what do you know? Just around the corner, there's an easy way for me to make that happen. I am worried that we will be perhaps unintentionally discriminating in that way, and I don't think the state is the best place to make those local decisions.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, and it would again lead to these weird situations where counties are going to be careful about which polling locations they're closing for various legal reasons, and their hand is going to be forced in this to some extent. But let's say they did want to add like an additional polling location, say on the left side of Westheimer, then that would change the total number of polling places, so they'd have to redo the whole calculus, and it would, just be an absurd burden.
Are you from Houston?
I'm not, no, San Antonio.
All right. We could have said San Pedro then, right?
Yeah, but Bexar County doesn't yet have countywide polling.
We'll get there.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Your mom left?
She did, yeah. She had to go watch the kids, but...
Any other questions, members, for this witness? Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Chairman Cortez, Chairman Click, members and guests, thank you for your time today. My name is Brandon Moore. I'm speaking in favor of SB 9 on behalf of myself. My testimony is really based mostly on the committee substitute that I read through yesterday. First, I'd like to say thank you to Senator Hughes, Chairwoman Click, and all the senators, representatives, staff, and other stakeholders who have already put in countless hours on this bill. I have only a few points that I'd like to make that I think might help improve a couple little things in the bill that haven't been touched on much here. In Section 2.09 and 2.14, it allows a poll watcher to record in certain situations with certain restrictions. This is certainly a change which I think could be good. We certainly have to be careful with it, but I would recommend that we may consider adding language that would be similar to that could allow others, such as election officials or an authority, an entity conducting the election or the recount, or perhaps a candidate or candidate's observer, to also record so there's more than one recording. Having more than one record of that could be beneficial, so it's just a possible consideration there. My other point for Section 4.04, it seems that Mr. Maxey this morning stole my testimony from April 15th, in which I testified on Representative Bohock's bill, a similar item, that the date by which the mathematical formula should be determined should probably be a date earlier than the election day. So that's something that I would say we should consider. One other thing I'd like to point out, though, in dealing with countywide polling and locations being closed, et cetera, as the bill addresses it, I would like to point out the clerk or EA in each county can determine, along with the help of the parties, which locations should be closed, or for that matter, if any locations should even be closed. They could add locations if they wanted to that simply... And if there's a need for more locations, it probably indicates there's an increase in the tax base. And with that, I close.
Members, Representative Israel.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wood, how are you?
Pretty good. How about you, Mr. Moore?
Hanging in there. I'm sorry, Mr. Moore. Brandon.
Not a problem.
I think there's a Brandon Wood in my life too, so I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
I wanted to ask your opinion because you represent also the views of the Republican Party.
Tonight I'm here representing myself. The party has not taken a position particularly on this bill specifically.
So the party's neutral on the bill?
That I asked the chairman this morning if he wanted me to register on behalf of the party, and he said that no. So
okay.
I am speaking on behalf of myself.
And it's because we're in substitute mode as opposed to when it was in the Senate?
I'd have to let him speak to that.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you a question because as partisans, there's a problem with when we're all getting ready for the primary and we're trying to find poll workers.
Mm-hmm.
do you think it's a good idea for us to put a penalty on a poll worker who didn't follow procedures when it came to clearing the machine?
So I think when we start looking at penalties, whether we're talking for poll workers, election workers, poll watchers, voters, etc., I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that you have the laws and you have the penalties, etc. And just because something occurs doesn't mean that it automatically gets applied. You still have the legal process that has to be gone through to, is there going to be a charge to be brought to begin with? Is that going to be pursued and you know, by the district attorney or anyone? And then if all of those criteria are met, then, you know, you go to a trial potentially where you'd have to present evidence, etc. And at that point, I mean, I think that's the point of our justice system to determine, was it an honest mistake and should this person be punished for an honest mistake? But it also allows us to look at it and go, oh, wait a second. This one we can determine it wasn't an honest mistake. It was an actual intent to do something wrong, if that were the case, and would allow the authorities to punish appropriately.
So
that's the
this
point
is
of the justice system.
This is a
I think.
Class B misdemeanor. And
Okay.
you're okay with the fact that we struggle to get poll workers, but yet we're also going to tell them, if you make a mistake in procedures, it's no longer just a procedural mistake. You now are subject to a crime.
I understand that, and it's one of those things where you have to look at it and you go, they receive the training from the counties to do this. You know, if they go through the trainings, they have help. We do our best to, as the parties and as the counties, to train them appropriately. And again, I go back to the fact that it goes through the justice system if it even makes it that far for that to be determined.
Whose job is it to determine whether a crime was committed?
Mr. Moore.
Excuse me, Representative Israel has the floor.
Whose job is it to determine if a crime was committed?
I think that, I mean, obviously the district attorney's office usually is the one that has authority to prosecute those crimes in most cases. Now, I would have to say I'm not an attorney, so I can't necessarily answer legal questions with entire authority there. But you have the district attorney's office that looks at those, decides whether or not to prosecute, et cetera. I'm sure that in looking at those, many times they're going to be going to the county clerk or the elections administrator, the Secretary of State's office, to determine, you know, does this meet the threshold? Is this something we should be pursuing or not?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kane.
Mr. Moore, just to be clear, you're here testifying on behalf of yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
No affiliation to the party? It's just coincidental that you work for the party, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that things discussed today and things that may be asked of you could be used in litigation against the state of Texas on this bill, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You're aware that some things could be used or skewed wrong or incorrectly. So you're not an expert on legal subjects or matters?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you both for your testimony. Our next three speakers will be Fatima Menendez, Drew Galloway, and Monica Mendez. Seemed like it. Once again, the next three speakers are Fatima Menendez, Drew Galloway, Monica Mendez. Okay, here's Fatima. Okay, we'll go ahead and begin with Fatima Menendez. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you. Chairwoman Click, Vice Chair Cortez, and members of the committee. My name is Fatima Menendez, and I am a legislative attorney for MALDEF, testifying against Senate Bill 9. My testimony will focus on specific provisions of Senate Bill 9, but we do oppose the bill in its entirety, and I also have written testimony to expand. Sections 1.04 and 1.09 violate the First Amendment, which protects certain electioneering activities like standing outside a polling place, holding up a sign, handing out campaign cards, and asking voters to support a candidate. Because these constitutionally protected activities may cause voters to have to walk around an individual who is electioneering, SB 9's reliance on broad terms such as impede and hinder render these provisions unconstitutional. Section 1.09 also contains vague language authorizing certain individuals to commit voter fraud, specifically the term weakness. This element is unnecessary and will undermine both the integrity of elections as well as public confidence in the election system. MALDEF opposes the unnecessary burden of completing a form added by Sections 2.10 and 2.11. Section 2.10 targets individuals who simply want to help a disabled voter get to the poll, and Section 2.11 targets persons who want to assist a voter with casting a ballot. Both sections carry the potential to intimidate voters and prevent voters from asking a family member, friend, or neighbor for help getting to the polls and voting on Election Day. MALDEF believes that access to the state voter roll should be tightly controlled and granted only to individuals with a demonstrated specific need to access the data by the Secretary of State. Section 4.01 undermines election security by expanding that access to the Office of the Attorney General to sift through at any time without specifying a specific reason. Section 4.04 requires all counties that use countywide polling places to allocate those polling places based on voter registration by either commissioner precincts or state representative districts. This methodology ignores important factors such as geography, which was just discussed, and will result in some voters having to travel much greater distances to the polls than other voters. In addition, this methodology has the potential to discriminate against minority communities that are still working to close the gap in voter registration. MALDEF urges the committee to reject this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Fierro.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Bendis, can you expand on 1.8 in the MALDEF's concerns, in particular where it talks about the election judge who fails to comply?
I did not outline Section 1.08. I have Sections 1.04 and 1.09, which deals with the unconstitutionally vague language, impede and hinder and weakness. I'm not sure if that's one of the provisions that you would like clarification.
Can you expand on the impede and...
Sure. So electioneering is protected by the First Amendment. And so we currently have the committee substitute that has decrease the distance to 100 feet, which is currently the ordinance that is in place. Initially, it was in Senate Bill 9 as 1,000 feet, then it was reduced to 500 feet in the gross version, and now to 100 feet. So this is already a law that deals with electioneering that we have in place. However, this provision in Senate Bill 9, although it reduces it to the same amount of feet for electioneering, it includes unconstitutionally vague language that still would violate activities that are protected by the First Amendment. So saying that if somebody is impeding or hindering, but that person is already doing an electioneering activity that is protected by the First Amendment, for example, passing out campaign cards, then that's what makes this provision specifically unconstitutional.
So it could be interpreted that I'm impeding and hindering if I'm standing there with my campaign cards and I'm not blocking your way, I'm just asking you.
Right,
if
you're
I can
there,
hand you one.
right, engaging in an activity that is protected by the First Amendment, that is already considered electioneering. And this language then would say that you are impeding or hindering, so you would still be the target of this provision.
It could be both volunteer and...
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Anchia.
And what's the penalty for hindering?
I believe that it makes it a Class B misdemeanor.
Okay. So you'd be subject to a criminal penalty even though you're exercising sort of constitutionally protected activity, yet right. This bill would say you are subject to a criminal penalty and could apply a very vague standard to
right.
that.
It expands it because of this unconstitutional language.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Galloway.
Good evening, Chair Click, Vice Chair Cortez, and members of the Elections Committee. My name is H. Drew Galloway. I'm the Executive Director of Move Texas. I'm opposing SB 9 today, and I'm additionally a constituent of House District 117.
So you're speaking on behalf of Move Texas and yourself?
And myself, that's correct. Thank you. Move Texas is a grassroots, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization building power for underrepresented youth communities through civic education, leadership development, and issue advocacy. An acronym for Mobilize, Organize, Vote, and Empower, Move Texas gives young people a voice in our democracy. If passed by this body, SB 9 would only continue to cause damage to our already fragile democracy. According to research by the Annette Strauss Institute for Civic Life at the University of Texas at Austin, a top reason for young Texans that do not vote is because of the difficulty of understanding and navigating our state's election rules and deadlines. This bill exasperates that problem while doing nothing to actually make our elections more secure. It's a big cost without benefits for Texans across the states. Voters, especially first-time voters and new residents to Texas, occasionally make mistakes, especially if it's their first time participating in a Texas election. Sometimes they miss deadlines, misunderstand eligibility requirements, confuse their proper voting address. The large majority of these small errors are done without malice and can lead to confusion for both the election judge and the voter on whether they can cast a ballot on election day. This means more work will need to be done on election day to verify eligibility in confusing situations, and clerical errors may provide the large majority of these mistakes are done without malice. SB 9 is only going to make our job at Move Texas of convincing young voters to show up at the polls under the fear of being prosecuted for making innocent mistakes, confusing new regulations, and frustrating bureaucracy more difficult. And while we work hard to provide accurate information to eligible young voters, we can't be everywhere at once. I urge you to enact real reforms to make our democracy more accessible and more secure for all Texans, like online voter registration, automatic voter registration, countywide polling locations. There's less opportunity for errors when voters have access to resources and to support questions and clarify confusions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. Any questions, members? I think you said the magic words for Celia.
I'm just dreaming. Someday.
Thank you both for your
Thank you.
testimony. Our next three speakers will be Monica Mendez, who I called earlier. I don't believe that she is here. So Monica Mendez. Cecilia Jimenez and Laura Priestley. Are any of these speakers here this evening? Once again, Monica Mendez, Cecilia Jimenez, Ms. Presley. Okay, if you could please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Click and Vice Chair Cortez and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Laura Presley, and I'm the founder of True Texas Elections, and I will be speaking for myself and True Texas. I have a PhD in chemistry and physics from the University of Texas at Austin. I have 17 years as an engineer and manager in the semiconductor industry, and I founded True Texas Elections, LLC. There's a famous quote, "It doesn't matter who votes, it matters who counts the votes."
Ma'am,
All
what
our
was your
votes.
position on the bill?
I am for Senate Bill 9 and against the substitution.
Okay, we have you. We're going to have to get
I think
that
there was
changed.
confusion. Yeah. You want to address that?
We're going to restart your timer in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to direct the committee clerk to change you to 4.
Thank you.
The bill.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and reset you.
Okay,
Please
ready?
begin
Okay.
again.
All our votes, whether they're cast on paper, absentee, or electronically cast on the DRE electronic voting machines, these are all counted electronically on tabulation computers. If the counting of our votes are corrupted and votes are electronically replaced, then a paper record, a copy of the vote, is the last defense for an honest election. I've trained more than 70 watchers at central counting stations in over 30 counties in Texas. What our watchers have observed at central counting stations is shocking and is absolute proof that a paper audit trail is needed, and you've heard many of their testimony from all over the state. Some of the issues that they raised was that the chain of custody of electronic media with early votes on the memory cards, the chain of custody is absolutely a joke. Early vote stops typically on a Friday. The county has 3 days to do whatever they want with those votes. And then we see it happening. Some counties start counting that Saturday. Some counties don't. It's absolute, the chain of custody is completely a joke. And if you look at how many people early vote, 67% of people early vote. Okay? Watchers are prohibited from monitoring the early vote tabulations. I've got audit logs. I was a watcher in Travis County. I was escorted out when early vote was being tabulated. I have experienced complete obstruction, which is a Class A misdemeanor to obstruct a watcher. Early votes are erased, downloaded again, replaced, and the audit logs show it. There are 2 pending criminal investigations in the state of Texas right now on these issues that you may not or you may be aware of. To think that modifying votes in these electronic voting systems doesn't happen is naive, unwise, and uneducated. We desperately need a paper trail to detect and deter fraud and protect our elections in Texas. And God bless you for helping us do that. I really appreciate it. And I'm here for questions. There were some issues that Mr. Vera had raised previously that Representative Kane had addressed, and I'd like to speak on those if you have any questions about that.
Thank you. Members, any questions? We don't. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you so much.
Okay, our next 3 witnesses will be Eileen Garza, Victoria Guerrero, and Ofelia Alonso. 3 for 3. Thank you all for staying. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, and we'll go ahead and begin with Eileen Garza.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Elections Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with, for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Eileen Garza. I live in Edinburgh, Texas, and I'm here today in opposition to Senate Bill 9.
And you're representing?
Self.
Thank you.
I am a student at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Since the spring semester of my first year, I have been a volunteer deputy voter registrar to make sure everyone who is eligible had access to become a Texas voter. This was spring 2016. That meant going through a training at the beginning of every odd-numbered year since then to make it accessible for students like myself to register to vote, where we train about the do's and don'ts of how to register people to vote. Regardless of how many times I and other volunteers go through that training, there is going to be someone who will make a human mistake. No one should be threatened with jail time or fines for human mistakes. Every time I go into my community, I have voter registration forms with me. More often than not, to those that I am able to register will make a simple human mistake, either because they are distracted or they don't want to hold up a line, or they have a learning disability like dyslexia, where numbers and letters are mixed up easily, like those that can be penalized by this bill. Not to mention making it more difficult to give friends or acquaintances, community members, a ride to the polls because they don't drive themselves, which is reality in the Rio Grande Valley. Young people, people of color, people with disabilities, and elderly Texans will have a harder time to register to vote and to vote itself. We shouldn't be making it harder for people to exercise their right to vote. People helping people shouldn't be frowned upon. There are many things that are wrong with this bill, but I shouldn't be penalized for doing my best in making it accessible to people to exercise their right to vote, because I knew at a young age how important it is to vote. To recap, this bill is racist, it's ableist, and causes more harm than good in the community I have been trying to encourage to get out the vote since the age of 18. Please vote no on SB 9. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Victoria Guerrero.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Guerrero. I am from Brownsville, Texas. I'm here representing myself.
and I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 9. So I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 9 because it threatens voters with jail time and enormous fines for committing simple voter errors. By intimidating voters with the overlying threat of fines and jail time for simply making an error, this bill is encouraging lower voter turnout and thus, lower voter registration and thus lower voter turnout. The average individual already may be super intimidated or confused by the act of voting in general. I've seen this especially amongst college students. And let alone not even including this egregious consequences placed upon them if they by chance make a mistake in the process. The reason I have come to testify against this bill today is because our right to vote is one of the only ways we can have a direct participation in our complex democracy. Voting already can be so confusing, and this bill is going to make this process more difficult. I am a 19-year-old college student who understands that the need for people to be showing up to the polls and voting is essential to the upkeep of our democracy. And this need is especially important on college campuses. People make simple mistakes in our everyday lives that we receive no repercussions for because they're just mistakes, they're accidents. And by adding a fine and a price to pay for making these mistakes is insane. There's a quote that says, "We must be a nation of participants, not simply observers." If Senate Bill 9 passes, it will discourage voters in our state from active participation and will push them into becoming complacent observers. Due to the added fear that these fines and jail times will create. With all this being said, please vote no on Senate Bill 9, and thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the speaker? Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Ophelia Alonso.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ophelia Alonso. I am here representing myself, and I am in opposition to Senate Bill 9. Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. We drove 6 hours to be here. We are all volunteer deputy registrars. It's something that we are very proud of, something that we have been doing for a long time. I myself have been a VDR since 2015 in 2 different counties. So I drive about an hour several times a week so I can help students register to vote. I'm also here to let y'all know that in my experience, I have submitted over 3,000 forms to my local elections office. And inevitably, there are students who make mistakes. I have been part of mass demonstrations with the county elections department where we go through the form step by step, and still we have students who make mistakes. These are not mistakes with any intent of malice, rather just human error. And a lot of the times, these mistakes come from a very genuine place. Questions like, what last name should I use? Which is something that came up. Other things that maybe a lot of people haven't considered, like, what city do I put if I'm in an area that is unincorporated, as is the colonias in a lot of places in the Rio Grande Valley. Another question that I'll have from students is, do I put my address or my parents' address? Because like other people who have come up, I work at college campuses. So these are all questions that students have. During the 2018 midterms, I had students come up to me with their filled out forms asking if they did it correctly. Most of the times they made mistakes. They're not malicious people. There are people that took the initiative to go and request a form, that filled it out, and might have made a mistake, and now they would be criminalized by this bill just for wanting to participate in our democracy. So I do ask of you all to think of this as you consider your vote and vote no on Senate Bill 9. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Anchia.
So earlier, I'm sure first of all, thank you for driving 6 hours and being so patient and waiting while we were on the House floor. I'm really grateful. It's young people like you that sort of give me the energy to be here late as well. You pointed out that in the work you do, you see people who make mistakes, and just trying to engage in their civic duty. You are also probably aware of the fact that earlier this session, at the beginning of this session, there was an effort by the Attorney General and the Secretary of State to call into question the registration of almost 100,000 Texans. What we later found out were legal permanent residents, right? And they had just screwed up. But I'm still looking at the Attorney General's website right here, where the Attorney General, is real gung-ho and stands ready to investigate and prosecute these cases. So when, while you may have an innocent mistake, you have the top cop in the state that is ready to investigate and prosecute you if there's a discrepancy in your voter registration. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm going to start off by saying that I'm a naturalized citizen. So one of the things that also came up recently in Texas was that naturalized citizens were questioned about whether or not their registrations were legitimate. Another thing is that
And just for the record, right, the Secretary of State, despite the fact that there was no evidence of a crime being committed, referred the list of 100,000 people for investigation and prosecution to the Attorney General, which, since I've been here is unprecedented. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it gets my blood boiling.
Yes, in the Rio Grande Valley, we also have a very high number of permanent residents. And one of the questions that I do get from a lot of students who are born citizens is, am I still allowed to vote if my parents are permanent residents? So there is a lot of questions about what eligibility means. And it does fall into VDRs like us to answer those questions. Because when we work in high schools, for example, only 34% of high schools are actually giving students the ability to register to vote by providing material and information. So sometimes if people like us aren't there, a lot of these students, one, don't know that as permanent residents they cannot vote, or two, do not know that even though they are naturalized or born citizens, they're allowed to vote. So these mistakes happen all of the time, and it's because they don't have the resources. Being a VDR is a big responsibility, and it is also difficult to do in certain counties where trainings are very limited and where you do need to have a lot of commitment when it comes to getting trained with the elections department. And it does make us feel, it makes it very difficult for us to encourage people to register to vote if there are things like this happening in Texas, and would only be exacerbated by something like Senate Bill 9.
Thank you, Chairman Unchu. Any other questions, members? Representative Fierro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alonso, you mentioned that you helped fill out about 3,000 forms, and in that time, you're sure there was been some mistakes that were made. In your opinion, this evening, all the people that registered wrong on whether they were for and against this bill, they could be fined, correct?
Yes. Okay. Yes, just by simple mistake. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fierro. Any other questions, members, for this speaker? Thank you very much to the three of you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Pat Fry, Eric Opilia, and Esther Martinez. Once again, Pat Fry, Eric Opilia, and Esther Martinez. Opiela. What is your name, ma'am?
Esther Martinez.
Okay, so Pat Fry is not here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and begin. Eric, if you can please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Sure. Eric Opiella, representing myself. I practiced election law for a number of years in Texas, and I am for the bill and for the committee substitute in particular as well. The committee substitute importantly clears up some of the problems with the original bill that was filed that turned the original bill into a bill that would only allow one particular election systems vendor to have a machine that was certified here in Texas. And that's something that we don't want to do. We want to have a competition in the free market for different vendors. That's important because we not only support the free market, But when you have one particular vendor that has one product that is compliant with the bill, you increase the chance that you have election fraud occur because there isn't that competing market of vendors across the state. There are also some misconceptions that were made by some of the previous speakers about the polling place allocation provisions in the bill. By no means does this bill restrict the number of polling places that you have when you have countywide voting. It doesn't reduce the number of polling places that you have when you have countywide voting in a county of more than 1 million. It just makes sure that when you do implement countywide voting, that you do that in a manner that is fair and equitable across the county. We have a provision that currently exists that mirrors this in the current law with regard to the distribution of your early voting locations to make sure that they are, just like they are with countywide voting, since you can vote at any location, that they are distributed across the county commissioner precincts, distributed across the state representative precincts as well. Since we don't have polling locations in every precinct under countywide voting, it's very important that we have that provision in place. Since we have a limited amount of time, those are the only two issues that I could address in the limited amount of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions about any other portions of the bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please state your name, your position on the issue.
Esther Martinez, I'm representing myself, and I oppose the SB 9. Good evening. Thank you all for, I guess, hearing us out. We drove 6 hours like my colleagues earlier. I wrote a little thing down. I was going to tell you all 1 out of 10 people in the United States of America is dyslexic. I was going to tell you 15% of Americans suffer from dyslexia. It's not, anything having to do with intelligence. I do not suffer from dyslexia, but this is why we do not have nice things, because people are criminalized for trying to do something for their state, even for their country, and you're criminalizing people for making a human error, just a mistake. I've only been registering people for about a year now, and even then, it's one of the most hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. People do not want to do anything, and when we try to convince them, or when we try to say, hey, just fill this out, they already don't want to. Now they're gonna be with that stigma in their mind and say, oh, if I make this wrong, my buddy went to jail for this, my buddy was fined for this, so this is gonna happen to me. We should not criminalize Texans for trying to exercise their right to vote. This is voter suppression. This is one of the worst things that we can do for our democracy. I come from an area that is very marginalized, and we have very low voter turnout, and I'm trying to do my best to do everything that I can for my community, everything that I can to just be out there. We're out here. We are here doing what we need to do to be better Americans, better Texans. We're all Texans here. This is not a bill that supports Texans. Doesn't feel like a bill for Texans, from Texans. It's not cool at all. So, yeah, thanks.
Members, any questions? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Chair calls Anita Corbin, Fernando Alonso Jr., Saffron Kaplan, Amanda Salas, you'll please state your name, your position on the measure, and who you represent.
Hi, Chair, Clerk, Vice Chair Cortez, and members of the Elections Committee. My name is Fernando Alonso. I'm representing myself. I live in the border town of Brownsville, and I am here today against the passing of Senate Bill 9. The idea of this bill passing is very unjust and highly oppressive to not only the Latino community of Texas, especially in the Rio Grande Valley, but to African Americans and other ethnic minorities across the state of Texas. How do you think that a simple, often hidden mistake in voter papers is grounds for a person being incarcerated in this nation and infringing on our unalienable right to vote? What this does is not only make small errors while registering to vote a crime, it seems to alienate and limit who can vote in the state of Texas. Even now, there are citizens who don't know they are eligible to vote, and passing this bill will serve only to deter them away from the democratic process given to us by our founding fathers. I urge you to vote no on SB 9 and stick up for democracy like the rest of us. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Elise Salas, and I am from McAllen, Texas. I, along with some of my other colleagues, drove 6 hours to be here and waited all day long. So I really want to thank you all for sticking around and letting us share some words with you. And I am against Senate Bill 9. I'm a community organizer in the Rio Grande Valley and along the border. The region that I work has some of the lowest voter engagement in the country, sometimes as low as 15 to 17%. During the last election season, I helped over 2,800 Texans register to vote, the majority of them being eligible high school seniors. I wonder how many of you all have high schoolers of your own or recently just put them through college, just put them into college. We as a society encourage all of our high schoolers to be involved at all levels in their communities and community service. This includes registering to vote and being engaged in being engaged in every election cycle and in the voter process. High school seniors, as you all know, are under a lot of stress and under a lot of pressure when it comes to standardized testing, applying for college, graduating. Many of them will go on to enlist in the military, and some of them will automatically enter the workforce. All of these situations require forms. Every single one of them require forms. Forms that can be confusing, and they may contain information that some of these young people have not memorized yet. I don't know how many of y'all, by the time you were 18, had your Social Security memorized. I just recently moved apartments. I went down the street, and I've been there for over a year now. I still have to ask or go look at what my license says because I think it's the wrong apartment number, and I'm in my 30s, and I'm not dyslexic. And so for those of you all that have high school seniors, you all know what kind of stuff is going in their heads all the time and how much stuff they have to regurgitate on a daily basis. And I'm just wondering, how does criminalizing and criminally punishing these young Texans, how is that encouraging them to get involved in their communities and stay involved in their communities? Currently at Hidalgo County Elections Department, they have a system that states if there is information missing or incorrect information, the applicant is sent a letter in the mail, either rejecting them or encouraging them to reapply by requesting further information to be sent back in a timely manner. I know quite a few of those students that I registered received this letter, and many of them reapplied or sent back information requested and were able to register to vote. With the passing of this bill, we will be taking away the autonomy our elections department has with its residents, thus damaging the relationship that it has built with its community. By passing this dangerous anti-voting bill, you would be effectively abandoning hundreds, possibly thousands of young Texans who, like as a society, we have all been encouraging to get involved and stay involved in their community. I urge you all to vote no on Senate Bill 9, and if you all have any questions, I don't mind answering.
Madam Chair.
Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask one of you guys who was visiting us from South Texas this question because this section of the bill, I think, is going to be a challenge if this were to become law. But it's Section 2.01 prevents a voter registrar from accepting a voter registration card if the boxes indicating U.S. citizenship or age are pre-checked. When I read that, I thought that might be a penalty for somebody who was organized. Like, if you're in a line at a retail place or you're at a music festival and you got, a few people, like I might go ahead and check it and then visit with you. In your experience and because of where you are in the state and because of your age, would you tell us what that might do to your opportunities to get people registered to vote?
Well, first of all, we are not allowed to mark anything on the voter forms in the first place, so that never ever happens. We don't touch the forms at all, other than to hand them and explain to them what's going on the forms. Also, after that, once they are filled out, we're not allowed to correct them. We're not allowed to touch them. I don't want to either, So I think when you are asking a question like citizenship, and to be very honest, when I'm registering people, I don't ask them what their citizenship is because that's not my business. I let them know in order to apply, in order to be eligible, you have to be a citizen. The issue with this is if any of those check marks or any of those boxes are check marked or they're marked wrong and they're given back to us, that's a liability for me. If they are incorrect and I'm not supposed to give them back to the county, then I'm withholding information that, according to Texas law, I'm not supposed to be having. So not only does this discourage people that maybe are not aware of what box they need to be checking, it also puts us into a lot of danger simply because we are not allowed to influence what they are doing once they're writing. I'm allowed to tell them to write their first name, to let them know if they're a citizen, if it's a new address, their address, city, state, zip, and the last four of their social. I have no way of verifying whether or not that information is correct, but if it is incorrect and that person gets penalized, and that means that I'm getting penalized for doing my due diligence after I've been trained in multiple counties across the state. So I think that that's something that not only is going to penalize, possible applicants, but it's going to really restrict a lot of people like me that, this is our main objective, is to try to get people encouraged to participate in the democratic process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, members? Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan Corbin. Morgan Corbin. Going once, going twice. Nicholas Eastwood. Mr. Eastwood, if you would please state your name, who you're representing, your position on the bill.
My name is Nicholas Eastwood. I'm a current voter in Bexar County, as well as a student at the University of Texas and the coalition chair of Texas Rising, which is a nonprofit, non-political organization with the target of youth voter registration and youth political advocacy and civil engagement. I would also like to point out that I am not testifying on behalf or in part with any other organization that I may be associated with. With that being said...
You said you were against the bill?
Yes, I am. I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. With this being said, after spending the past day sifting through CMS messages, I was compelled to alter my pre-prepared testimony to clarify both intent and consequences of this bill, intentional and not, that this bill ends up proliferating. First, I would ask that each of you here remember back to what it was like when you were in college, when you were first young and inexperienced and voting for the first time. You were likely not afraid. Well, representatives, I must say that if you were in that very same situation today, you may very well be afraid. And I must say that under SB 9, I and many of my other fellow college students are very afraid. Representatives, I must say that fear is not a driving electoral force, but is the exact contrast to which. Currently, Texas ranks 41st in voter turnout, and it's my belief that under SB 9, this number would only worsen. Representatives, I'm proud to be a Texan, but what I'm not proud of is our abysmal voter turnout rate. I have witnessed firsthand the fear that this bill has already caused, and quite frankly, and most respectfully, I am appalled. I'm appalled that this bill masks fear under the prelude of voter fraud. Representatives, I have here the author's intentions of the bill from the Senate Research Center, citing the fact that election crimes have intensified, but I also have with me 33 independent studies, nonpartisan, non-political studies, and court cases, which found that there is zero evidence of significant voter fraud in Texas or anywhere else in the United States. Representatives, if you can point me to 34 instances of voter fraud, mass voter fraud or significant voter fraud, I may change my stance on SB 9. However, this is not the case. I would also like to point out that SB 9 is simply a bad bill written at a bad time. At the tail end of a massive election crisis, controversy with Secretary Whitley and the Office of the Secretary of State, This is a time where many young voters in Texas are afraid to vote and to participate in their democracy, and I think this is a fact that cannot be allowed to proliferate. Despite any language in the bill, I think the passage of the bill would pass an intent of fear and a proliferation of fear in the state of Texas, and I think that's something that cannot be had or cannot be held withstanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Representative Anchia.
Yep. Thank you for your testimony today and for your patience. Are you familiar with the case of 20-year-old college student Bailey McGaughey?
Yes, I am vaguely familiar with the case.
Okay, so Bailey was at home in college. She's a college student from Kansas, was at home in Colorado for a rodeo tournament. She had filled out her vote by mail card and left it on the kitchen table. She then returned after the rodeo tournament, voted in person, had forgotten that she'd filled it out, and then her mom sent in the vote by mail. Mm-hmm. She had voted twice for Donald Trump, coincidentally, or interestingly enough. And then Chris Kobach, who headed up the Trump administration's vote effort, wanted to prosecute her with 2 felonies, right? So knowing that, right, then it makes it very, very real, the risk that students have when they're exercising their right. I'd like to hear your impressions about what cases like this or cases like what you've heard earlier today do to you. Do they have a chilling effect? What is the impact on young voters like you?
Yeah, so I think the impact is quite clear and quite astounding. This Senate Bill 9 promotes fear amongst young voters, amongst inexperienced voters, be it any means throughout the entire state of Texas. The fact that, like you had previously stated, the Attorney General of Texas is fervently in recognition and fighting voter fraud that exists everywhere, apparently, in the state of Texas. And the fact that he is so gung-ho to prosecute all those who have supposedly committed voter fraud is quite troubling to myself and many other young people throughout the state, as I have stated I have witnessed firsthand. And I think the passage of Senate Bill 9 would only seek to proliferate this fear amongst all young people, all new voters in Texas. And I think this is something that the state legislature should not prioritize and instead should be combating. The state legislature should be promoting civic engagement, not discouraging it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers will be George Barodi, Erica Elliott, and Cheryl Reese. Erica Elliott is not here. George Barodi. Cheryl Reese. Okay. Is Cheryl Reese here? Okay. No, it's okay. Take your time. No, it's.
Yeah.
I think we have to do the 7th inning stretch here in a minute. All of us here.
Is it still Wednesday?
Barely.
I think I
On the
left
East
on
Coast,
Tuesday.
it's Thursday.
Yeah.
We're still Central Time here. So, if you would please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Sir, we'll begin with you.
Okay. I'm George Barudi, and I am representing myself, and I'm for SB 9, but conflicted, and we'll get to that at the end. So I was a candidate in the, I'm most specifically for the audit trail requirement that used to be in the SB 9. But I was a candidate in the most recent city council election in Kerrville held May 4th. And the official results of the election reported a wide margin of defeat that did not align with my campaign's non-scientific analysis of the voters from the polling location, causing many of my constituents to strongly urge for a recount. I explained that a recount was an option, but not truly viable one for 2 reasons. A recount of the paper ballots would not likely change the results enough to impact the outcome, but more importantly, a recount of the electronic ballots would be pointless because there was nothing to recount due to a lack of paper trail. I subsequently met with the county election official and was informed that a full manual recount of the paper ballots had already been completed as a standard procedure in this campaign, and I was given the results of the paper ballot recount. 53% of the ballots were cast were paper, and 47 were electronic, One might expect that the margin of defeat would be very similar from one medium to the other. However, paper ballot margin was 10%, whereas the electronic ballot margin was nearly 4 times as large, or 39%. Now, there are certainly any number of reasons to explain this variance in margin of defeat, but the fact of the matter is that the vote tally is not verifiable, thus making the result unknowable. The Texas Election Code currently provides a mixed message on this matter because the rules acknowledge electronic voting machines as a valid grounds for requesting a recount, yet electronic voting tabulations are not verifiable in a recount. My pastor always says, faith that can't be tested can't be trusted. I believe all the people are asking for here is the right to test their faith in our elections so they might be able to trust them more thoroughly. I would urge the committee to reinstate the paper trail requirement back into SB 9 and maybe consider getting rid of the criminalization aspect of things. So fix the bill if you could, rather than throw it all out.
Thank you very much. Representative Ventia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Broody, for that testimony, because as I've been sitting here, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and now later, a lot of people have come in to testify in favor of the voter verified paper trail standard in the prior bill. And if this bill was just about that, I think you'd have sort of widespread agreement about the bill. In fact, since I've been in the legislature, voter verified paper trail has been in both the Republican Party platform and in the Democratic Party platform. So there's really no agreement there. But I thought it was interesting that you pointed out there at the end, the criminalization of some of this behavior is what I think has got the attention of a lot of the people in this room who may be against the bill. So I just want to say two things. One, thank you for testifying on the bill. And two, the portions of this bill related to machine security, perfectly well taken, and I'm glad you're talking about that. The security of the machines, the ability to tabulate paper ballots afterwards, I think is really important.
Well, can I say one thing?
Please.
So the part that seemed weird to me was the modification you all made. Arguably, the criminalization of a voter is a disenfranchisement of a voter. Arguably, fraud in an election would be disenfranchisement of a voter. So why did you leave the one disenfranchisement in and take out the other part that actually further disenfranchise? It seems kind of silly. So,
a second.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. Ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Cheryl Reese, and I am a representative of the Bastrop Democrat Party. I am their chair, and I am representing myself as well. I am against SB 9. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to come up and speak with you today. I know it's very late. I see you yarning just like I am, and you're probably just as stiff as I am. So I do appreciate you staying late to hear what all of us have to say in this room. I would like to, though, short history lesson. Considering Texas's track record for disenfranchising voters, making it necessary for their hands to be held through the Voting Rights Act up until 2013, when the pre-clearance section of the Voting Rights Act was struck down, giving Texas clearance to go back to its old ways of intimidation. And that would be by placing troopers in specific polling locations in minority neighborhoods to deter would-be voters, starting campaigns that told us our votes didn't count, then making us provide specific IDs that said who we were, even though we had a voter registration card that had been supplied by a government agency. And, oh, by the way, if you have a Texas concealed handgun license, you could use that to prove who you were and at the voting polls. And no, university ID is not approved. And so you stop and you look at those things that are being required of you when you go to vote. You feel like and you understand and know that intimidation is the main thing that's happening here. You don't have to be black to know that. You don't have to be Hispanic. You don't even have to be white, Asian. You just know that when you step into a polling location, that if there are certain things in place, you understand that you are being intimidated. And so I do say shame on Texas for bringing this SB 9 bill forward, because it is an intimidation trap for anyone who is trying to exercise their right to vote. This bill would require a paper audit trail for election voting systems. I am in total agreement with that, and that is something that we should have in place. But there's also something that's already in the election code, Title 8 Voting System, Section 123, Adoption and Acquisition of Voting Systems. So when you start talking about new systems that are going to come forward, it is already in the election code. It also asks that it would increase criminal penalties, creating a criminal offense and creating civil penalties. Specifically, it would create a Class B misdemeanor for a person who impedes access to a polling place, election code regulation, electioneering outside
Ma'am, would you please
100-foot
wrap up
marker.
your testimony?
So I would wrap up, and I
Thank
can, would wrap up by saying that I don't know what the intent of Representative Hughes was, but obviously he's not a person who has ever had to take a family or friend to the polls. He has never participated in voter registration. I participated as a voter registration trainer for Travis County for 9 years, and I have trained over 7,000 volunteer deputy registers in the state of Texas. And so I can tell you that when voters register to vote, they are not intentionally putting their information in the wrong places, but it is something that happens unintentionally.
Thank you, and we do have a question from one of our members. Representative Busey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Reese, I've actually been trained by you before as a voter registrar, I think a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
And I know you've done this, as you just stated, 7,000 plus times. And so I wanted to get more of your feedback on just your experience with the likelihood that mistakes are made, that it's possible to, I know probably not people that go through your training, but just in general, mistakes happen, right? And so
Mistakes
this
do
bill
happen,
is
and
concerning.
even though I'm the trainer, mistakes do happen. So you have to understand that people become volunteer deputy registers because they want to help their community register to vote. And so just as the young lady who traveled the 6 hours said, people come to you as a volunteer deputy register and they feel like you know all. And so last names, you spoke about it, Representative Ferrio, about Hispanic last names. Sorry. About Hispanic last names. But it could even be hyphenated names. And so one of the best things that you can help a volunteer deputy register to know is you don't want to look at the person's ID to try to prove that they are who they are, but you do want to ask them, hey, go ahead and pull out that ID. And so we're going to put your information from your driver's license exactly like it should be on your voter registration application. And I was really, really sad that I didn't have any applications in my car, because I wanted each of you to take an opportunity to look at a voter registration. And while it may seem very clear what you should put in those blank spaces, sometimes it's not that clear. And that's how come we have volunteer deputy registers who do a great job of explaining to individuals and helping them to make sure that their information is correct.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it does seem that the potential for mistake is obviously there, and we know it happens, and this bill seems to make it more strict punishment if mistakes happen, and so that's concerning to me. But I just want to thank you for your testimony and for all the many years you put into helping to get people registered to participate in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say that if you want more people to volunteer and work as poll workers, you might really want to make sure that you take out that part of SB 9. And you could even break SB 9 up to be separate parts so that it could pass on the different parts that you are trying to pass. But criminalizing people who volunteer for $10 an hour.
Thank you very much for your testimony, both of you. The next three speakers will be Nuri Chavez, Rick Galvan, and Melanie Lamb. What's that? Nettie? Nettie Chavez is not present? Okay. Melanie Lamb? What is your name, ma'am? Melanie Lamb. Rick Galvan? Yes. And then we also have Raven Douglas. Not present. Raven Douglas. Thank you. James McNeil Keller. Please come on down. We'll go ahead and begin with Rick Galvan. If you can please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Right, my name is Rick Galvan. I am opposed to SB 9, and I am representing myself. Good evening, Chair Click, Vice Chair Cortez, members of the Elections Committee. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. I know it's late, and I'm very tired, and I have an essay to finish up, but I'm glad to be here. My name is Rick Galvan. I live in Austin, Texas. I'm opposing Senate Bill 9 because it would criminalize minute mistakes on a voter registration form and scare away potential voters from registering at all. The idea of SB 9 is that it would better secure elections by ensuring people are not committing fraud on the registration form. Yet what this bill would really do is punish someone for misspelling their name, writing the wrong address, or any other minor honest mistake. SB 9 would punish them by charging hefty fines or even send them to jail. And that's just pretty insane for just trying to register to vote. I'm not sure if any of you on this committee have served as volunteer deputy registrars, but as someone who has, and someone who registers new young voters practically every week at university, I've seen new voters make these honest mistakes, not because they want to put false information, but because mistakes happen. And I know we talked about this a lot, different testimonies. Mistakes do happen. Especially when registering at a university, students often write the county that they are from rather than the county that they go to school in, or they write their home address instead of the address for the county, whether it's the dorm address, apartment address, something like that. Sometimes they even accidentally write the date and the date of birth. Simple as that. But it happens pretty often, and I know that there's plenty of videos who can testify to seeing these honest mistakes happen constantly. And if SB 9 were to pass, those honest mistakes would be criminalized, as this bill would consider honest mistakes as something the person knowingly made, which, again, as we heard earlier in testimony, is insane. I am against SB 9, to sum it up, because it would foolishly criminalize honest mistakes people make when trying to register to vote and would scare away new potential voters from registering, particularly young people and people of color. I would like to conclude my testimony by quoting President Lyndon Johnson's speech to Congress advocating for the Voting Rights Bill of 1965, reminding Congress of Jim Crow laws. If the citizen persists to register to vote, he may be disqualified because he did not spell out his middle name or because he abbreviated a word on the application. No law that we now have on the books can ensure the right to vote when local officials are determined to deny it. So I ask you, please vote no on SB 9. Thank you.
Thank you. We have registered that you're a student. Where are you a student at?
I'm a student at the University of Texas at Austin, so just down the street.
Oh, UT Austin.
Yep.
Well, thank you for spending time with us today and taking time to come and testify. It's important to see students engaging in the civic process, so thank you for sticking around to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We hope to see more of you and your friends here at all these type of meetings.
You will.
Any other questions, members, for this speaker? Thank you very much. Melanie Lamb?
Yes, I'm Melanie Lamb. I'm representing myself today, and I support SB 9, but I do not support the committee substitute bill for SB 9.
Okay, if you can hold on, please, ma'am. What is your position on SB 9?
I am for SB 9.
We have you as neutral, so I'm going to instruct
because
the clerk to...
I was confused about
It's okay.
being for and then not being for the substitute.
With your permission, I'm going to ask the clerk to change your position to
Please
4,
do.
To 4.
Please do.
Thank you. We'll make that change right now. We'll now begin your time. So.
And the reason why, and I think it's a semantics issue when you talk about voter fraud and elections fraud, and there's a difference. And when we say elections fraud, there is evidence now that we're seeing of ballot harvesting. Look no further than what's going on in North Carolina right now with that congressional race, that they've had to do a complete do-over from ballot harvesting, and it was proven. We saw cases down in Mississippi back in 2014 with open primaries and paying people to cross party lines to support the incumbent in that race. So there are issues and there are things that Texas needs to do to be preventative for any kind of fraud. And I'm not talking about the onesie-twosies. I'm talking about the large ones. Also, too, and I worked as a clerk for the 2016 general elections, and then I also worked as a clerk in the 2018 midterms. And I'm from Denton County, and we had electronic voting in 2016, and of course the option with paper on election day. We've gone straight paper ballot in Denton County. We have the new HART system. I can tell you it ran much smoother this last midterm election. I think it's something that you all need to look into. I know the gentleman from Harris County had testified earlier this morning. Does not like that. We're not Broward County. We don't have hanging chads. You have to physically draw it in. But I do want you to look at that. And the other part of it is, too, is that we try to make sure that everybody that comes to the poll gets their voices heard with their vote. And if they're at the wrong poll, they have a choice to either go to the correct poll or they can fill out a provisional ballot. We provide provisional ballots for all different kinds of cases to ensure that everybody's voice is heard at that ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Yes, my name is James Keller. I'm from Hayes County. I have served as a central count observer in Hayes County now for 4 elections. I asked some systems...
Sir, if you could please state who you're representing, your position.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here. I am for SB 9, the portions of it that have to do with the counting of the votes. I am not for the criminalization portions.
You're for SB 9 and you're representing yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm against a substitute because it takes out those.
So we just have you down as for SB 9.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay. I consulted a systems engineer from IBM and a senior engineer from IBM in San Antonio with regard to things that I witnessed as an observer in the Central Count and Hayes County. They confirmed the severity of the security breaches that I witnessed and will now describe. The tabulation process begins with a security and accuracy test being run on the main tabulation computer to ensure proper function prior to entering the ballot data. Now, one thing that the experts told me was that it would be a trivial hack to set a bug in that process or in the machine so that it would pass the test while they were doing the test, and then shortly afterwards it could do the hack. And the people operating the equipment wouldn't even know that this was happening right under their nose. So what happens is they do the security and accuracy test, and then as each vote recording device, called the JBC, from each precinct arrives, and before removing the memory card with the votes on it, the device is plugged in via a data cable to a laptop that they call the servo, which is supposedly for backup purposes. It's sitting in a corner of the room. Then the memory card is removed and carried to the main tabulation computer, and the election data is entered into that precinct. I asked whether the servo laptop computer had gone through the same logic and accuracy tests that the main computer had, and was told, no, it doesn't count votes. And I said, yeah, but what if it has a virus on it? What if it has a malware on it? And they said, well, we've been doing it this way for 12 years. We're not going to change that. There's a credibility gap regarding practices and equipment in our elections. Texas deserves more than cyber promises. We want the security of a real paper ballot backup, real paper results backup, and real paper zero backup that we can see with our own 2 eyes in real time.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Members, any questions for this speaker? Thank you all very much, the 3 of y'all. Our next 3 speakers will be Erica Deshays. She is not present. Erica Deshays. Asha Beecham. Please come on down. Aaron Aguayo. And Chase Phillip. Howdy.
Hello, do I?
Let's get everybody seated real quick. What is your name, sir? Aaron. And you are
Chase Phillip.
Chase Phillip?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding last name you have there.
Thank you. I like
Wonderful. If we're going to go ahead and start off with Asha.
Good
Please
evening.
go ahead and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
My name is Asha Beecham. I'm representing myself and I oppose Bill SB 9. I'm a resident of Oak Cliff in Dallas, a student at Paul Quinn College, and a young community organizer. I live, work, and study in District 110, which is already an underserved and underrepresented community. Two provisions of this bill concern me most. Section 404, which removes polling sites for minority communities such as mine. In my community...
Ma'am, would you please speak into the mic if you can move it over a little bit? Thank you so much.
In mine, people have overwhelmingly lost hope in the legislation process already, and there are few people who participate. Frankly, if you look at how their families have been treated generationally, you cannot blame them. Let's be clear, in areas such as mine, we simply do not trust our representatives. I learned that through this community outreach in southern Dallas sectors that people are just simply not voting at the rate that increases power. Under this new section, Texas legislation also wants to remove polling from neighborhoods like mine that are already underserved and underrepresented. We need to focus on building the relationships between constituents and legislation instead of furthering this disconnect. We are in a transportation drought, a food drought, and among a housing crisis. As stated before in the same room earlier, this is why we don't have nice things. And now this bill will repress our power to change those things. Bills such as this has insidious effects on my community and will be another step in stripping away power from District 110. The second section, which criminalizes people for knowingly making mistakes on the registration forms. Registering new voters on my campus as a BDR, students make mistakes all the time. The most common one is mistaking county for country and putting USA. So this is a blatant suppression of democracy. Please make a decision that represents the best interests of all constituents and not just a few comfortable ones.
Thank you. Which campus is this again?
Paul Quinn College.
Right. Thank you so much for being here today. Members, any questions for this speaker? Thank you. Aaron Arguello, if you could please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Sure. My name is Aaron Arguello. I'm an advocacy organizer at Move Texas, so I'm testifying on behalf of Move as well as myself, and I'm opposed to SB 9. I'm here to urge you all to also oppose SB 9. As a part of an organization that focuses on empowering youth voters statewide, I'm speaking to you now to assure you that while SB 9 is being framed as an election protection bill, all that it would truly accomplish is scaring potential voters away from the polls, creating more hurdles for both voters and election workers, and increasing the potentiality of an honest mistake being harshly penalized. At MOVE, we want to see a much higher voter turnout. In fact, we as an organization registered 30,000 new voters in 2018. We want to see these voters make it out to the polls, but I believe that SB 9 is a direct reaction to that whirlwind energy and explosion in youth registration and turnout. These youth voters are just one group of many that SB 9 aims to deter with extra hurdles and heightened penalties. Heightening penalties for mistakes on voter registration, for example, as my colleague here mentioned, mistaking the word county for country, a very common and easy to make mistake, or mistakenly submitting a provisional ballot, a process that exists to aid uncertainty at the polls. This will have the opposite effect, as will creating new layers of bureaucracy for anyone attempting to help voters with disabilities or voters who struggle with English. Nowhere in SB 9 is the term intent clearly defined, so how can we be certain which mistakes will be punished by what would now be upgraded to a felony charge? Further criminalizing uncertainty will only deter potential voters from participating in what is often seen as an already complicated process. As a young person who rarely stays in a rental for more than a year, I've had to move many times, update my voter registration every time. Each time I take extra precaution to not make any mistakes, but each time I update that information, I would now face a new opportunity to make a mistake that could be deemed punishable since intent is not clearly defined. I can only imagine the added stress something like a language barrier would add to that process. And I've personally had to fill out a provisional ballot on multiple occasions for different reasons, mostly boiling down to that uncertainty. Again, the original intent of provisional ballots. To remove that freedom, to have that uncertainty is extremely disheartening as someone who works to help new voters make their way through the process. So I'm asking members of this committee to please vote no on SB 9. Please vote against criminalizing uncertainty. Please vote against deterring folks away from voting in the name of election protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Representative Fierro?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wright, out of you mentioned 20 or 30,000 people that you registered to vote.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea out of that number, how many actually voted?
It is difficult to say. I don't have that number in front of me. I do believe we did take some sort of survey, but I would have to get back to you at a later time.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillip, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Chase Phillip. I represent myself. Good evening, Senators. I am here representing myself as well as Texas Rising, and I'm a student at the University of Houston.
Okay, a couple of things real quick. We have you down as representing yourself.
Yes.
We have you down as against the bill. We don't have you representing that other group, so.
Oh, no, I'm not representing, I'm just.
So you're representing yourself,
Yes,
and
sir.
you're against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Please continue. We'll start your timer again.
I find that this bill has some very troubling themes. I think it's a continuation of the discriminatory practices that has faced our entire country, and that is very evident amongst the South's history. This is a systemic issue that we are only prolonging with this sort of bill. Specifically, I'd like to focus on the criminalization. I don't think any of you strike me as criminal, so I'm not sure if any of you have been in a state penitentiary, especially down there in Huntington. But I can assure you it's not a nice place, and I don't think you want to send any high schoolers there. I don't think any 18-year-old or really anybody should be criminalized and given a felony, a real mark on their record that they would not be able to remove for a mistake. I think we just actually had someone up here quite not too long ago, Miss Melanie, who made a mistake on her application because she wasn't sure if she should fill yes or no, so you had to correct that. A simple mistake like that, which you see hundreds of people sign those throughout the day, throughout the year, they just made that mistake. She's now a felon. You didn't know what her intention was, and through the vague language of the bill, she should, by all accounts, be in that state penitentiary. Do you think she should be there? She doesn't strike me as a woman who is a criminal or a felony. I think that this is way overblown, and I think that also leads me to my second point. The threat of this alone will create a chilling effect not only on young people like myself, but also on young minorities. I see this constantly throughout my average interactions with young adults. I had a friend myself who I invited to go out voting, and he didn't want to go vote because the process was a little bit too complicated, and he wasn't sure if he knew everything that he should be doing. And if he's now threatened with the potential of gaining a felony, that's just another intimidation tactic brought upon by the state that is only going to disenfranchise young voters and minority and ethnic groups. So I urge you and I implore you to vote against Senate Bill 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you to the three of you. I see that y'all are very young and participating in this process, and we thank you all for doing that.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Ed Johnson, Bridget Benke, and Cindy Weatherby. Mr. Johnson has left. Thank you. Bridget Benke. Beinecke. Beinecke Mufflers. Outstanding. Cindy Weatherby. Miss Weatherby, thank you for being here. And Dana Blanton. Is Dana Blanton here? Okay, we'll come back to that name. Welcome. If y'all would please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please. And we'll begin with Ms. Beinecke.
Good evening, Representatives, Chairman Glick and Vice Chairman Avery. Thank you so much for staying up. I know with only 11 days left in the session, you've probably had about all the fun you can stand, and I'm really grateful to be here. I have just given you a handout because I want you to see what my dear friend Maddie Campbell is holding in her hand. She lived to be 106. She was born in 1904, and she taught me the importance of voting. What she's holding in her hand is her poll tax. She kept that for the rest of her life. And when her granddaughter had to move her to California in her mid-80s after both of her own sons had died, she continued to vote, and you can see her pictured there as she looked when she was taken. Both her legs had to be amputated below the knee. So she did the thing of being assisted to a voting location and doing the drive-up curbside voting. And but she took that because she didn't want to ever have the problems she had had as a youngster when she was first, a young person first starting to vote.
And ma'am, just for clarification, you're representing yourself.
I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to Senate Bill 9.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I want to respectfully request that you all vote against this bill. And with the wisdom represented in this room and what you've learned from many speakers here tonight and many others, I would suspect that you could come up with something much better to improve our voting system. I do think that it would be wise to do the following things. And as a background, I am a registered architect who is retired, but I have worked for bank holding companies and institutional and commercial institutions. And I would strongly urge you to, most importantly, make sure there is adequate funding for new systems of electronic voting and to have a paper backup. I know I'm to conclude. The other thing I'm concerned about is considering some sort of automatic voter registration. When my sons reached 18, they were automatically sent a registration to, for the draft, even though it doesn't exist right now. It's all volunteer, but they still make you do that. Why can't we do that for voters? And finally, I just want to encourage you to not decrease the polling places, but increase them. Thank you.
You're talking about selective service that we have to register for?
Yeah, in other words, you automatically register students.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When they reach 18.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you very much, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Weatherby, and as you hear every week here, I'm testifying as a member, as an individual, and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas, speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 9. I appreciate each of you hanging in there, and I know you must be as impressed as I am by all the people who have come before me tonight, showing their passion regardless of which position they've taken. It's given me goosebumps, and I'm really happy to have actually been at the tail end of this testimony and witnessed all that I've heard. You heard the details from all those other people about the impact on them personally, and I'm representing the League's perspective. Going into this session, I was really filled with optimism that the legislature would seize the opportunity to make major progress in securing and protecting Texas votes. SB 9 does not fix those real, current, and potential problems. It doesn't implement known and proven best practices to protect the vote and new equipment and enhance physical and cyber security. And with those, we could fight off those known threats that we are sure are out there and the challenges that we're going to be facing as they grow. We could implement systems making sure that eligible voters can vote and only eligible votes are counted. We know an estimated 1 in 8 voter registration forms completed with pen and ink are inaccurate. And under SB 9, that 12% of all of those forms turned in may very well be eligible for prosecution. So rather than criminalize those mistakes, fix them, join this century, and implement a modern voter registration system like most other states. Also, please be sure that we join the Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, to keep our registration rolls updated. Please don't give the Attorney General the private personal information of every Texas voter. Don't forget the immediate assumption of guilt when Interim Secretary of State Whitley irresponsibly sent voter data on nearly 100,000 voters. You and I know that not all voters belong on a list of suspects, including you and me and everyone else in this room. It's time to admit that extremely few individuals purposely vote who shouldn't, and we should take action to give every eligible voter access to a secure and reliable and trusted system. And Senate bill just doesn't do that. And for these reasons, I ask and request that you not approve Senate Bill 9.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions, members? Representative Fiora?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Weatherby, could you share with from your testimony, some of the best practices to promote and to protect votes that you've encountered?
Surely, I would say some of them have been brought up tonight. We are really, the League of Women Voters is very supportive of new technology. Regardless of what kind of technology we have, most of the election voting equipment here in the state is old. It's like someone mentioned Windows 2000, or it's just old equipment. It's out of date. But we definitely approve or endorse paper trail election equipment that provides a paper backup ballot, and also for post-election audits. That allows the voter to confirm their choices before voting, and also facilitates recounts related to any contested results. We really believe that both election workers and others need to have requirements for physical and cybersecurity training, and have that required. Voter registration systems that are accurate, with entries online that match existing state-verified data on a driver's license, primarily. Just like when reviewing your driver license online, the systems won't accept an entry until every single item on that form is completed. You can't hit the send button until you've filled out all the form and made sure it's accurate. And in the case of online voter registration, it matches up to your your driver's license in a very secure way, so you know that that person is who they say they are. We believe that there should be required coordination between counties and the Secretary of State's office to monitor and repel any cybersecurity attacks. Those threats should be discussed, and there are a number of things that I'm sure the Secretary of State's office could list out for you that would make those more secure. Voter registration lists are already online.
Sure.
And currently, I don't believe the Secretary of State's office is able to certify all of those entry points into the system in the counties.
Thank you. And I have one more question for you. Actually, two. In the fourth paragraph, you mentioned that the estimated 1 in 8 voter registration forms are completed with pen and ink are inaccurate. Where does that data come from, A? And then B, do you think that they should be criminalized?
One, it comes from study by the Pew Charitable Trust. Two, no, I don't think they should be, because I don't think they are intentional, as many of the people who have talked to you before have mentioned. Personally, as a VDR, I've observed mistakes as simple as just forgetting to check one of the boxes. Often people forget to check that they're a citizen because it just doesn't pop out at them for some reason. Some people have, especially young people, especially people that you've just been talking to about whether or not they're old enough to vote. I don't know if you realize, but you can register to vote when you're 17 years and 10 months old. And it seems invariably after you've had that conversation with someone, when they're counting on their fingers, how old am I? They put their birth date down as today's date. That happens a lot. Some people aren't aware of what county they live in, or they just put the wrong county. And unfortunately, as well as a lot of the VDRs are trained, not all VDRs are up to speed on every single one of those many very confusing rules. There's a lot to remember. And so sometimes VDRs give bad information. They don't mean to give the bad information, but that can lead to problems with voter registration cards that are filled out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative Fierro. Representative Kamen, and members, just a reminder, it's the chair's intent to complete our meeting and within hopefully around the midnight time. So we still have 35 people registered to testify. Thus, we will be reducing the amount of each member that is still registered to testify to a minute or less. Members, we also ask that you please ask questions as necessary, obviously, but also keep in mind the time and what our goal is here around the midnight hours. So we will continue with Representative Kane. I believe you had a question.
Really quick, Ms. Weatherby, I believe when you were beginning, you would discuss you do recognize that maybe some people do intentionally defraud the system.
No, I didn't say I'd seen anyone intentionally defraud.
Do you believe that occurs?
Pardon?
Do you believe that it occurs at all?
I have heard testimony of cases that indicate people may have.
I mean, I wasn't asking for examples. It just seemed like you recognize that there are some people that intentionally do something. You mentioned those words. It's what an Apple Watch does.
We didn't recognize Siri.
Yeah.
Did you not recognize? Your bedtime is supposed to start.
Yeah. I mean, I was certain you had mentioned something like that.
I'm not saying there has never been an incident of misrepresentation. No, I would never say that.
Do you think anybody's ever done it intentionally?
I definitely think someone has done that intentionally,
Should
but
we
I
have
don't
criminal
think it
penalties
is
for it?
rampant.
Should we have criminal penalties for it?
I really don't know enough about the criminal law to know that that is a crime that should be criminalized to the degree that it's being criminalized.
Thank you, Representative Kane.
Thank you.
Representative Middleton.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Weatherby. So I see that one of your reasons for being against SB 9 is that you say it's time to admit that extremely few individuals purposely vote who shouldn't. Do you know what that number is for extremely few?
You know, I've heard the same numbers that some of the other people have presented tonight. Being struck by lightning number of times in succession, it is very extremely small. And I don't think that we should believe that every voter is doing that. And by turning over our voter rolls for every single person in this room and every single person registered on our voters roll to the Attorney General seems extreme overkill. I don't think they should be considered as suspects for having voted improperly.
I guess, so you don't know the number. So I guess my second part is you've said purposely vote. So that implies that the intent, you know people's intent here when they vote when they shouldn't, basically. So where would you be getting that number? Because that's the second part of that.
Well, I think you've heard a lot talked about tonight about that. You know, there are people who do something without intending to vote when they shouldn't vote. There have been cases that have been cited tonight about that. So I think that's possible, yes, that you can vote when legally you shouldn't have voted and not knowingly done that, not intended to break the law.
Right. You just don't know the numbers on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Middleton. Any other questions, members? Thank you so much, both of you. Our next three speakers are Dana Blanton, James Slattery, and Joanne Richards. Are any of these witnesses here present? Thank you. James Slattery. Who was the other? James. Joanne Richards. And Amanda Nettinger. Please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill. We'll have you at a minute for your testimony. Thank you for staying also.
Sure. My name is James Slattery. I'm with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I'm against Senate Bill 9. Really quickly, the provision that I wanted to bring to your attention, you've heard some about already, is Section 1.06, which dramatically lessens the intent requirement from current law. Current law already says that to prove an attempt to vote unlawfully, you have to prove that the person knew they were not eligible to vote. Section 1.06 would change that to where the government, before it throws you in jail for many months, can now only prove that you knew the facts that made you ineligible to vote, which is a lesser standard under law than knowing that you were actually violating the law. While it may seem like an abstract concern, we know that one of our fellow Texans, whose name you have rightly heard repeatedly throughout these proceedings today, Crystal Mason, is currently in jail because she attempted to vote in 2016, believing in good faith that she could vote. She apparently could not because of her supervised release status, and despite her good faith mistake, she is now serving a 5-year prison sentence. Section 1.06 would create possibly many more people like her in the future, and we should be doing the opposite by empowering our fellow Texans and making it easier to vote, not frightening them away from the ballot box.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Representative Busey?
Just real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're trying to hurry up. Sir, if you could just expand a little bit on Section 102, 103. It's the knowingly section, bringing the penal code into the election code. There's been a lot of talk about that tonight. I just would love to have your perspective on that.
Right. Thank you for that question. So I think it's important to keep in mind that what we're talking about are criminal offenses. The punishment means that a person is deprived of their freedom and thrown in a cell and under government supervision for a period of time. So rightly, criminal law imposes a number of stricter requirements than the civil law in order to punish someone. So for instance, we all know before you can be convicted, you have to be proven the offense by a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt. You usually have to be convicted by a unanimous verdict of 12 jurors. When we get to intent, criminal law tends to require that the government prove that you knew you were committing a crime. Not just that you knew you were doing the thing that you were doing, but that you knew it violated the law. Because before the government can take away your freedom, we as a society have determined in most cases in the criminal law that that's as far as the government needs to go. And so you can contrast that, the normal case, which is currently enshrined in the law that, for instance, Section 1.06 seeks to amend. But now SB 9 would go further, I guess because the government doesn't like the high standard of proof that we typically require in criminal cases, and is now trying to do a backdoor attempt, just throw more people in jail.
So this would lower the standard in your opinion?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I really appreciate your expertise on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Busey. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Amanda Gnadinger. I'm here on behalf of Common Cause Texas, testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 9. Senate Bill 9 fails to address real issues everyday Texans face when taking part in elections, and in fact exacerbates most pressing of our election problems. It follows a troubling trend of criminalizing legitimate participation in elections and with election activities. Large swaths of this bill are creating and increasing criminal penalties. In practice, SB 9 does more to discourage participation in elections than it could ever do in furtherance of election integrity. Particularly, 106 eliminates the entire purpose of casting a provisional ballots by creating fear of a criminal liability. There's a particular tension between sections D and E of 106 that mirrors a lawsuit against public participation. This provision would practically allow for lawsuits to still be filed against any voter who casts a provisional ballot. Then it would be on the onus of that voter to then go and affirmatively prove that they cast a ballot provisionally in order to get the suit dismissed. Most Texans do not have the resources or legal knowledges to expediently dismiss a case brought against them. And in fact, many would probably settle outside of court despite an absence of any wrongdoing. Also, we have a huge problem with the Attorney General's access to the voter roll list. This is a dangerous invasion of privacy by an agency authorized to bring criminal charges. It's akin to putting sunglasses on a police officer and asking him to find crimes in a dark room. Last, the bill allows rejection of voter applications for registrations that are pre-marked. If this provision were to go into effect, voter registration cards could be summarily rejected that were filled out and printed through the Secretary of State's own website. I urge you to join me in opposition to Senate Bill 9.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Thank you both for your testimony. Thank you. Sheila Sovara, Trina Thompson, Linda Letzinger. Ms. Letzinger has left. Trina Thompson. No, it was the goal to wrap up by midnight. We're going to allow everybody to register to testify. There'll just be 1 minute or less. Can you not ask questions, Art, please? I'm kidding. I'm joking, of course. Please.
Thank you so much. My name's Trina Thompson. I'm here on behalf of myself, and I am testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 9. And thank you so much for letting me come in at midnight. And I'll be fast. There are 2 sections that really concern me. The first is the one that grants immunity to law enforcement officers who may violate the code so long as they are conducting an investigation or prosecution of a violation of the code, or if they are investigating a weakness in the electoral process. This language is entirely too broad and sets a dangerous precedent. The actions of law enforcement could hypothetically be intentional or grossly negligent violations of the law, and they would have complete immunity. Even if the subject of the investigation turns out to be completely innocent, law enforcement must be held to the same standards as the rest of us. These proposed changes literally raise the penalties under the code for individuals to state felonies, but give law enforcement a complete pass. The second provision that really concerns me, and this one terrifies me, is the one sharing our private voter information with the Secretary of State, and his ability to share it with jurisdictions across the United States. That absolutely terrifies me. That's our private information going everywhere.
I understand.
With all of the risks that entails. So I'll keep it brief. That one, please.
Thank you.
I urge you to vote against that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
Any
so
questions, members? Thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Elsa Reyes, Janice Rinken, and Susan Nayak. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Janice. Okay, Janice, you want to go ahead and start off, please?
If you wish. Thank you. Chairman Click and Vice Chairman Cortez and members of the committee, I hope you know how much I respect you all. I'm here on my own behalf, and I am opposed to Senate Bill 9, and I'm opposed to the committee substitute.
Could you state your name, ma'am, for the record?
Janice Rankin.
Thank you so much.
If I had the time, I'd go down the list of all the objections I have to the bill, but I only have enough time to talk to you about 2 things. One of those has to do with the criminal penalties against the election judges. It has nothing to do with misfeasance, with malfeasance, with misconduct. It has simply to do with an error that an election judge might make. What you may not know, if you've not been an election judge, is that we work hard to get prepared for that day. We go to training, we set up the day before, we get there at 6 a.m. in the morning, and we work until closing, which is commonly after 8 o'clock. We have compliance procedures to follow. We follow the laws and the rules. We take an oath to faithfully execute our duties as officers of the elections and guard the purity of the election. We don't make up rules on the fly. What that means is no profiling, no partisanship, no interference by non-official personnel or campaigns, and no voter oppression. The trouble is this bill would do all those things and more. And to prosecute people who are serving as an official capacity for an error or omission and make that a personal issue, even though they're acting in their official capacity, goes against all criminal laws that I know about.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Susan Nayak, and I represent myself. I oppose SB 9, and I do it because our democracy is stronger when everybody votes, when as many people vote as possible, fewer polling locations, punishment for good Samaritans, harsh punishments for people who make innocent mistakes, and voter purges are all designed to reduce voting, and criminalizing poll workers, as you're saying, is just chilling to me. And then allowing poll watchers to film the counts is a risk to privacy. And then I'm also concerned with less protection for the sensitive voter data, particularly the Attorney General getting access to driver's license and social security numbers. And I fully agree with the earlier testifier who said instead of criminalizing innocent mistake, we should make it easier to vote, online registration, automatic voter registration, free bus to get to the polls, and then all the things we talked about with, I'm married to an Indian American. He has the same problems with switched names. There's just, you heard it over and over. I just want to say the same things.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Representative Israel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that Ms. Rankin has given her own number of years of service to this institution and deserves our appreciation and thanks.
We appreciate your service.
Much. Thank you.
Members, any
appreciate
questions
that.
for any of these witnesses? Thank you both for staying. You'll have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
It's good to be a night owl.
Michelle Metzler, Ellen Iota, and Rogelio Cipriano. Sir, what is your name, sir? What is your name?
Yes, my name is Rogelio Cipriano.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, please state your name, who you representing, your position on the bill, please.
Okay. Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rogelio Cipriano. I am a member of Workers' Defense, and I am here to oppose SB 9.
Yes, representing yourself?
Yes.
Also, thank you.
This country became a great power and a model of democracy for the rest of the world because all their citizens, including immigrants and all minority groups working together, embracing change and embracing progress, all of this created our great country and democracy. However, in the last few years, I have seen how many of our politicians pushed by special interest groups and with the intention for those who are in power to stay in power are creating bills like SB 9 that are aimed to confuse and scare voters and attempt to reduce their participation to contribute to the greatness of this country. SB 9 is an omnibus voter suppression bill that is clearly meant to discourage people from exercising the right to vote. Members of the committee, I hope you take into consideration our testimony today and note that we will continue to demand and fight for our rights to vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
being here
for the opportunity to testify. I ask you to oppose SB 9.
Thank you so much for being here this evening,
Okay.
sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions, members, for this witness? You have a wonderful evening, sir.
Thank you.
Charlie Bonner, Bob Kafka, and Zoramia Belias. Forgive me if I butchered anybody's name.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Bonner, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself in opposition to Senate Bill 9. I felt especially passionate about testifying tonight for all the people that weren't able to register and to testify this morning. I'm a volunteer deputy registrar here in Travis County, and I became a volunteer deputy registrar in college because it was important to me for my peers to be able to have someone in their community that could come to a frat house, that could come to a club meeting and meet people where they were. We need more volunteer deputy registrars who can meet people where they are. And when we criminalize simple mistakes on voter registration forms, we're increasing liabilities on volunteer deputy registrars like me. And it makes me afraid that I'm not going to be able to register those people and meet them where they are and to empower them to have their voices heard in our democracy. So I urge all of you to oppose Senate Bill 9.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Hi, thank you. Soraima Pelaez. I am here representing myself and against SB 9. And since I'm short on time, I just want to share a quick story with everyone. I'm the proud daughter of Mexican and Colombian immigrants, and my parents became naturalized citizens when I was a young girl, but it wasn't until I started working in political advocacy as a student organizer, that my mom exercised her right to vote for the first time. I registered her in 2016, but she didn't go. And in 2018, I took her myself. And I later came to realize that it wasn't apathy that kept her from the polls all those years, it was intimidation. And I was just so proud of her that we finally got to that place where she was able to exercise her right to vote in this country. And in organizing, we often say that voting is like a party. You're not going to go to the party if you don't know where it is. You don't know who's going to be there, and you don't know what to wear. And I don't know about y'all, but I wouldn't go if I knew I was going to be arrested on the way or charged with a criminal fine either. And I urge you to vote against SB 9 to keep voting accessible to folks like my mom, students like that we register on UT campus. And I thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Thank you both. Go ahead, Silly. Yeah. Thank you both for staying late with us this evening. We appreciate it. Becky Bullard, Michael Curry, Vanessa McDougall, I'm sorry. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Go ahead.
My name is Vanessa McDougall. I'm representing myself. I'm here in opposition to SB 9. I'm especially concerned about sections 401 and 402, voter registration list directly accessible to the Attorney General and the Secretary of State being able to disclose the voter's social security number and date of birth to other states. I've worked in software development for 22 years, cybersecurity for 10, and best practice is limiting personally identifiable information to the people with a need to know. And this would spread it around more, and especially letting the Secretary of State give our social security numbers to other states, which Texas has no ability to check how secure they're keeping their records. I was a victim of the OPM hack because the federal government didn't secure my information when I held a top secret clearance. My husband and I and over 1 million other OPM hack victims now get identity theft monitoring for life for free because it was their fault, and I don't think the state of Texas wants to be in that position. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Becky Bullard, and I am representing myself as well as Rouser, an organization that I co-founded. We exist to demystify the political process for
what is your
ordinary.
position on the bill?
I oppose Senate Bill 9.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. My organization exists to demystify the political process for ordinary Texans with the goal of increasing participation in our democracy at every level and at every step in the process. I'm a volunteer deputy registrar, and pretty much every person I registered in the last election was already very nervous about making a mistake. One person I registered was the father of a newborn and was so distraught because in his sleep-deprived haze, he couldn't remember if he'd already registered at his current address and was really worried that if he registered with me and was already registered, he'd be accused of voter fraud. I fear that SB 9 would make honest, law-abiding citizens so fearful that they would choose not to even attempt to register out of a legitimate worry that an anonymous mistake could result in dire consequences for them. Let me just further say how heartbroken I was this morning for all the folks who, at the stroke of 8:30, were turned away, many of whom showed up for the first time, screwed up their courage to speak their mind on this bill, and I worry that they won't return to try again on another matter because of their experience this morning.
Thank you.
So I urge you to vote no and to reopen the registration. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you both for staying this evening. Mike Siegel, Sula Howell, and Taryn Johnston. Going once. Mike Siegel, Sula Howell, Taryn Johnson. Going twice. Okay, redraw. Sarah Tuttle, Maria Person, and Katie Schmader. Did I call one name here?
I'm Katie Schmader.
Oh, hi, Katie. Come on down. Followed by Oscar Silva, Cornelia Foster. Oscar Silva. Oscar, is that you, sir? What is your bid on the item? Coronia Foster. Is Ms. Foster available? Gabriela Garza available? David Stevens? Julie Gilberg, come on down. What's that? You got to make it to past the big wheel, and then we'll get you to the showcase showdown. So go ahead and start, ma'am.
Yeah.
And then please state your name, who you represent, and the position on the bill.
Okay, my name is Katie Schmader. I represent myself, and I oppose SB 9. I am a teacher here in Austin, Texas, and I feel an obligation to protect the rights of my students, especially since it is way past their bedtime at this point in the night. Our school serves over 1,400 kids, K through 12, and the majority of them come from low-income minority families. We teach our students the importance of participating within their community, of being civic servants, of committing over 125 hours of community service before they graduate. We discuss how history and minorities have gone through so much to gain a voice, to gain a vote, to gain their rights, and we convince the value of their civic duty despite them feeling a lack of their voice being heard and despite them feeling apathy, right? We've been lucky enough to change this apathy into excitement when we had all of our 18-year-old seniors vote for the first time in the midterm elections. This year, those kids and 72 other seniors will be the first kids in their families to graduate from high school and go into college, to be accepted into college. My fear is that when we take those kids off and we send them to college and we give them this opportunity to make these mistakes on their voting records, that we are taking away this bright future not only for them but for their families who have put in so much time and so much energy into their education. This seems so small, right? Just the tiniest bit of a error on a voting record, and that's what you're looking at today. But that tiny ripple has huge effects on how that minority culture gets seen, not only just for a single child, but for their families.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time today.
testimony and for staying. Members, any questions? Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Oscar Silva. I am the Executive Director of Battleground Texas Engagement Fund, a statewide grassroots volunteer-driven organization that works to build electoral power in often marginalized communities in Texas, and I'm here against SB 9.
And you're representing yourself?
Myself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Through the time of doing this work, we've learned a few things along the way that I'd like to share with y'all tonight briefly, and if I may, these perhaps may just be reminders for some of y'all. Texas is a majority-minority state. In fact, it is one of only 5 states in the nation. This means that majority of Texans are non-white. Only 43% of Texans are white or Caucasian, but they form 75% of Texans who are voting. In contrast, the majority of Texans, 57% of us, are either black, Latino, Asian, or another minority group, but only form 25% of Texans who are voting. In this, we can see that the numbers are disparately flipped to what logic would otherwise dictate. One step further, more than half of Texans who are registered to vote but are not voting are Texans of color. In our great state of Texas, we have an unfortunate history of disenfranchising voters of color like myself. Heck, I am a born and raised Texan who had 3 college degrees from Baylor University before I even became an active voter. Texas, we are systemically disenfranchising Texans. So I'm going to close. Section 4.04 of this bill changes the formula based for distributing countywide polling locations to largely favor white majority districts, in some cases even 2-to-1. Under this bill, despite being a majority of Texans and already carrying the burden of historical electoral disenfranchisement, Texans of color will be given even less access to polling locations than white voters, just like that. Madam Chairwoman, committee members, this is wrong. This does not reflect the Texas value system. This is racist and it threatens our democracy. As Texans, we should be working to defend and strengthen our democracy, and we know that a democracy is stronger when more of us participate. I have more to share, but I will cut it off there.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for testifying this evening. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Chair Click, Vice Chair Cortez, and the members of the Election Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you and for allowing all of us to testify even after midnight. My name is Julie Gilberg. I am here for myself, I'm representing myself, and I am an Austin resident, and I'm opposed to SB 9. I'm also a volunteer deputy registrar in Travis County, Bexar County, Comal County, Hayes, and Bastrop counties. And I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 9 because it creates a lot of hurdles for those who need assistance while voting, and in particular, voters with disabilities or elderly voters or voters that don't speak English as their first language. According to the census, 15% of Americans live with disability, and the a Pew Research study found that 58% of disabled Americans voted in the 2014 midterm election, while 64% of Americans without disabilities did the same, so it's a lesser number. I think it's bad that SB 9 makes access to voting through giving rides to the polls and also having assistance at the voting booth for disabled and elderly people that might require it or people who need translation. And also I find it really worrisome because there are a lot of citizens who are good Samaritans who are just coming to try and help people drive to the polls. I just want to share with you a story. Last election cycle, I registered a woman who was in the hospital. She was very, very ill. She was disabled, and she ended up needing help to the polls. She didn't want to use a mail-in ballot. She was worried that she didn't qualify for it, and she didn't have a car. And I offered to drive her and two of her friends so they could accompany her to the polls. And I find that it's really troublesome that I might suffer undue burden by having to fill out a form. And if I was someone who wasn't aware of what was going on, or I was an Uber driver and I just wanted to make some money by driving people to the polls, or I was someone who wanted to go with a group of friends, that I might have to fill out a form. Sure. And, it would be confusing for me. So I really ask that you oppose SB 9, and also in the future, I really hope that the registrations are open later, because there were a lot of people that we were helping and had never done this before, and were excited to participate and then couldn't, including someone I was helping.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions, members? The three of y'all, thank you for staying this evening. We appreciate it. Our final speakers for this evening are Federico Chavez Torres, Lisa Humphrey, Ash Hall, Joey Gidson. These are our final speakers, members.
All right.
If you would please state your name for the record, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Sure thing. I'm part of that party where I do not like the sub, but I'm for the original.
If you could please state your name, sir.
Federico Chavez Torres. Sorry
about
that.
Who are you representing?
I'm representing myself.
Okay, and your position on the bill?
For the original against the sub.
Is that fine? So we have you down as for the bill?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I am representing myself, but I also am a member of Young Americans for Liberty, Students for Liberty. I'm a student at UT, and I have a background in computer science, engineering, stuff like that, CS. Of course, Chairwoman Click, Vice Chair Cortez, representatives. I love to see Middleton, Kane out here. Always good to see y'all. Anyways, I'm here to talk about the voter security, because this isn't about voter fraud. This is about election fraud. That's really the big problem here, because there are multiple exploits here: the social, the hardware, the software, the connection exploits, right? Because we're always saying we're leaving all these things to judgment calls, to actors that could possibly be bad actors, and we've keep asking each other, well, I saw this and I saw that, and it's this person's word versus that person's word, right? I hear a lot of talk about LBJ. Well, and Peter Scaries, who's a Harvard professor, he wrote this book called Mexican Americans, the Ambivalent Minority. There was an LBJ who was a clerk who used to hand out $5 bills to Mexicans to go vote, right? Because the voting system wasn't robust, the voting system wasn't secure. And so we hear a lot about well, let's upgrade the technology, let's upgrade this, we don't want another Broward County. If we had the technology if we had the technology we have now in Broward County, we would have never known about the hanging chads because the information isn't privy to us, right? That's why we need the paper trail. That's really the heart of this bill, and it's been gutted, which I'm, kind of disappointed to see because the best technology seems to be the most primitive technology because it's a lot less fallible. So, one last point, there's also the constitutional mirrors you can throw and, try to see if the image looks good. And that to me as a young person is worrisome. And a lot of these waivers that have been given out have been ruled by the Texas Supreme Court as unconstitutional. So
Yes,
with that,
thank you.
that's all I'd like to say.
Members, any questions? Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Torres?
Yes, of course.
Just to clarify, you're here testifying on behalf of yourself?
Yeah, behalf of myself,
Not
separate, not
Students for
on
Liberty?
behalf of Young Americans for
Okay,
Liberty,
we need to
Students
have
for
that
Liberty.
corrected.
No.
It's just for himself?
It just says self. I just wanted to put out there that I am a member.
Any other questions, members?
Appreciate it.
Representative Israel? Sorry.
Since it's come up a lot tonight, I'd like to mention something significant that is positive and that is happening. And thanks to the support of Chair Click and the diligent work that she has put into it, we do have a viable opportunity in House Bill 362 to provide a 50-50 match to counties to buy new machines with a verifiable paper trail. So that's a good thing, and it's something that I wanted to make sure that those who are watching know that that I know we're very proud of, and I think almost everybody on this committee supported it, and I wanted to thank Chair Click publicly for the work that she did. So not to worry, this vehicle, this vessel is a hot mess in my opinion, but there is a very good opportunity on the Senate side with the help of Senator Hall to bring that bill on home and to the governor's desk.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name and who you're representing and what your position on the bill is.
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Ash Hall. I'm representing myself. I am against the bill. Thanks for staying up so late and making sure that you do indeed hear from all of us who are able to register in time. Just a couple things on my end. I'm noticing that even the folks that are in favor of this bill have all mentioned that they would like to have that paper trail that we've been talking about and that is actually something that would make our elections more secure. I would say that everything else in this bill does absolutely nothing to ensure the integrity of our elections, and so it sounds like we should just focus on that other bill, given that the rest of SB 9 does indeed appear to be junk. In particular, what stands out to me is that the whole idea of curbside voting was to make it easier for folks to vote, and so the whole idea that we would then make it harder to make it easier to vote is just kind of a bizarre concept to me, and it just it doesn't make sense. And on top of that, I'm a precinct chair, and I take that honor very seriously, and I want to be able to use the full breadth of tools at my disposal to empower my constituents to make their voices heard. This bill makes that scarier for me, but it also scares me on their behalf because that's my community, those are my neighbors, and I care about them, and I love them very much. And I want them to feel as empowered and proud as I do to be a Texas voter. And I don't want that to be something that they could get arrested for making a mistake. And I want them to feel like this is their state too. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you for staying. We have, go ahead.
I always have to test the mic. My name is Joey Getzeg. I am the chair for Texas Democrats with Disabilities, and I oppose this legislation and any legislation that comes out of the Texas legislature or anywhere that makes it harder for people with disabilities to exercise their right to vote. And in my community, and I always say that, people with disabilities, we are everywhere, right? We are non-partisan because we're everywhere and things impact all of us. And so the thing is, I have everything here because these are all my thoughts and there's so many more. But the point is, so much in this bill is like a big F you. It's saying, we don't want you to vote. We don't want your vote. And y'all can just stay at home and sit there and not have a voice in this government. Are we a government for the people, by the people, or is that just BS? I really don't know. I think that, I don't know. We've cut this to a minute. I have a severe traumatic brain injury and other disabilities, and I'm like a minute or less. There's so much to say. The point is that this is personal. We see this as the death of our ability to vote in this state. As people with disabilities, we are 1 in 5 Texans. Seriously, y'all. There are so many bills that make it, well, not bills, they've already been passed into law, that make it so hard, so many barriers to voting as it is for people with disabilities. Why would we make it harder to get a mail-in ballot? Why would we make it harder to vote if we need to get a ride and we have multiple people and we have nice people willing to help us? But now if they're gonna get in trouble and potentially go to jail, why are they gonna help us? Why are they gonna help us register to vote? Why are they going to assist us? We have so many different kinds of disabilities out there and so many different kinds of needs, right? We do. But we just want to tell everyone your vote doesn't matter, your voice doesn't matter. We're going to make decisions for you and screw nothing about us without us because we're making the decisions anyways. And I know that there are people up here that actually care about people with disabilities. Several of your bills I've supported and I really deeply appreciate for what they will do for us. But this is horrible, horrible. Thank you for letting us know about 362. That sounds like it satisfies the sole reason why this bill exists in the first place.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. I just want to clarify that you are representing the Texas Democrats with Disabilities and yourself,
And myself.
and you are against the bill.
I am very against the bill.
Do you have any other
No
clarification
question.
on that? Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. One last call for Lisa thank you to the three of y'all for staying this evening. One last call for Lisa Humphrey. Lisa Humphrey. Okay. That was our final witness registered. Chair recognizes Representative Click to close. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this hearing. If there is no objection, the committee substitute will be withdrawn. The chair hears no objection and the substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, SB 9 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. SB 9 is left pending without objection. Members, that concludes our business for today. If there is no objection, the committee will stand adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. The chair hears no objection. The Committee on Elections is now adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.